Okay. Zoom. Yeah, I didn't got any pictures or anything from anybody. Any pictures or graphics yet.
So y'all not for board remarks? No one sent anything in regards to that
I don't know. I
for
never
the
did.
superintendent or for Jason?
Well, we get Sandra brings me the presentation before them. But normally, if there's
You don't have
any,
those yet?
yeah,
Well, I just want to
Sandra
make sure
brings
they don't
those.
have. Well, I don't want to bring it down and we don't test it because
Oh,
I don't want y'all to
PowerPoints.
be set up.
Yeah,
Not
PowerPoints.
the PowerPoints. I'm talking about you know how they will have graphics for.
Oh, communications would usually
Yeah,
give
they
us
usually
any
send that out.
pictures that like Phil would bring down if there's if Jason's making announcements for
Mm-hmm.
each candidate,
Let
he'll
me
put a
let me
picture.
call.
Yeah,
But
can you call Karen? Yeah.
yeah, I hadn't heard anything.
Yeah. So you're talking about when Jason is giving his remarks.
Yeah,
When we
normally there's
come
a logo for
when
whatever he's talking about.
okay, when we come back for executive session
Yeah.
at 6, and he's giving his remarks. You know what? I hadn't even noticed.
Yeah,
So
we
usually
normally Phil would give me some pictures.
instead of just showing him talking,
Right.
there's pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or the logo, but the
Yeah.
logo would be boring. I mean, that would be
Yeah.
just like showing him.
Pictures of what? Pictures
Just
like of whatever he's
general.
talking about for the general
Right.
meeting. Like if it's like 100 black men, then I would throw the 100 black men logo up
Mm-hmm.
on the page. It's just the logo, their homepage
To
logo.
go with the okay.
To go with it.
So
Yeah, instead of staring at Jason.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or whatever Dr. Herring's talking about, or she may have a video to share some stuff. Usually that comes to us long before the meeting.
So the video, you would play it on your
Yeah, and then he would send it through the screen. So yeah, somebody. Oh, okay. You can hear it. Yeah. So yeah, yeah,
So should I call Karen? Then her to see
yeah.
if
Just
we
ask
got
her if
okay.
there's any videos or anything. Yeah. So that's that button that Ryan's gonna add. I think he's gonna take one of these old buttons, either one or two, and you hit two, and it kills audio. Yeah. Yeah. Because right now you're still getting audio. Yeah, you're still getting it. The only way to truly kill it would be to unplug this cord, which would definitely kill it. But that's fine. I mean, you can always bring it back.
I understand, but you don't want to just
Yeah,
you
true.
don't want to get started and forget.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, true.
But you can kill it on your end.
Yeah. Right now, we don't have a way of
So
killing it.
you can't even do it.
No, I can't even do it. All I can do is mute everybody's mics.
All right.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
But I think we tried.
Yeah, we got splossed on here for November 2nd, so they're gonna push.
Yeah, this is probably just me talking now, but
gonna help me log in. Want them to just log themselves in? Um, yep, that's it.
Should I be hearing anything? Hello?
Cynthia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hold on. All right, one more time. Can you hear me, Cynthia?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great,
Am I
thank you.
supposed to be hearing anybody else?
No, well, I'm going to mute you though.
Okay.
So I had to. control that. I can't. I can't control.
Thanks. I know, right? I was gonna wear this anyway, right? Hey, Pierre, we ready? Yes. Okay. What question, Michelle? The seats. All the candidates.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now call the October 4th, 2021 board meeting to order. Mr. Gaither, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Representing Educational District 1, Ms. Leslie Grant. Representing Educational District 2, Ms. Loretta Balden.
Present.
Representing Educational District 3, Ms. Michelle Olympiades.
Present.
Representing Educational District 4, Ms. Nancy Meister.
Present.
Representing Educational District 5, Ms. Erica Mitchell. Representing Educational District 6 and Board Vice Chair, Ms. Isha Collins.
Present.
Representing Educational District at Large Seat 7, Ms. Candace Wood Jackson. Representing Educational District at Large Seat 8, Ms. Cynthia Briscoe Brown.
Present virtually for what I hope will be the last time.
Representing Educational District at Large Seat 9 and Board Chair, Mr. Jason Estevez.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaither. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the August special called board meetings and the millage rate hearings.
So moved.
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Isha Collins, seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the September 18th board meeting and the September 18th. Sorry, let me take a step back. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the September board meeting and the September 18th special called board meeting.
So moved.
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Isha Collins, seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion now to approve the October 4th board meeting agenda?
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Isha Collins, seconded by Cynthia Briscoe Brown. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move immediately into the presentations and discussion. Dr. Herring, will you please bring forward the work session items?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Vice Chair Collins and to all of our board members in attendance, both virtually and physically. First, Dr. Selena Florence. We have 4 presentations today. First, Dr. Selena Florence, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and Dr. DeJuan Freeman, Career Technology and Career Agricultural Education Director, will present the board member requested update on signature programming. Following Drs. Florence and Freeman, Mr. Larry Hoskins, Chief Operations Officer, will present the 2022 SPLOST program. Following Mr. Hoskins, Ms. Lisa Bracken, Chief Financial Officer, will present the monthly financial update, including fiscal year 2023 budget planning. Following Ms. Bracken, Dr. Katika Lovett, Assistant Superintendent for Student Services, and Dr. Aaliyah Henderson-Rosser, Assistant Superintendent for Instructional Technology, will present the COVID-19 and reopening update, which will focus specifically on our AVA Atlanta Virtual Academy updates. We'll start with our board member requested presentation, Signature Programming by Drs. Florence and Dr. Freeman. Before Dr. Florence and Dr. Freeman present, and you may approach the podium, but I'd like to just take a moment to appreciate this specific request for signature programming and acknowledge that this particular update will capture an overview of our signature programs within Atlanta Public Schools. I'd also, as superintendent, like to acknowledge and also address where we currently stand. Of course, they will speak at length relative to timeline around our signature programming, specifically for our Midtown and Carver cluster for college and career readiness. In this presentation, our community can anticipate an update on where we currently stand with the certifying body that ensures that that program is able to continue. It's also important to note that we are keenly aware and honor the past practices tied to how we have arrived to all of our signature programming across our district. To that end, by no means do we want to overlook or omit the appropriate engagement for our community, particularly within our Midtown and Carver communities relative to the CCR signature programming, to make certain that we're engaged and also adequately inform them of where we currently stand. Today's information should help to also inform that, while we also share overall the direction in which we're going. At this time, Dr. Florence and Dr. Freeman, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez, Board Vice Chair Collins, Board members, Dr. Herring. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to share with you a little bit of the history, the context of Signature Program, where we have been as a district, and some next steps about how we might be able to move forward. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Freeman at this time.
Good afternoon. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide an overview of signature programs, specifically an update on the implementation across the district and the status of college and career readiness. It is my hope that your takeaway will be a clear understanding of where the district is to date with signature program implementation and our recommendations for programmatic changes. Signature programs are woven into the fabric of Atlanta Public Schools. In addition to an equity commitment of robust signature programming, it is also the 5th component of the APS 5. 6 years ago, APS clusters and single-gender schools selected a signature program allowing the vertical and horizontal alignment of academic programs for schools and neighborhoods, also providing structure, focus, and accountability across the cluster. After 5 full years of implementation, the district conducted an operational review of signature programs and sought ways to improve. We landed on 3 strategies. 1, to improve equity and access to the benefits of signature program. We established a goal of certification, authorization, or credentialing of all APS schools by 2025, as outlined in the charter system renewal application. The second strategy for improvement was establishing signature programs as a 5th component of the APS 5 to streamline the messaging of importance and expectations regarding implementation. And the third and final improvement strategy was an accountability and support tool developed to help schools progress towards full implementation. So now I'd like to provide a brief summary of each signature program individually. International Baccalaureate is the signature program adopted by the schools in the Jackson, Mays, North Atlanta, and Thurl clusters. The IB offers 4 programs that empower students to take ownership of their own learning and to help them develop future-ready skills to make a difference and thrive in a fast-changing global world. The IB programs, which span pre-K through 12th grade, include primary years, middle years, diploma, and career-related. While each of these frameworks focus on developmentally appropriate knowledge and skills, they each have key elements in common, including the IB learner profile, IB approaches to teaching and learning, action and service learning, and the development of bilingual and multilingual students. The IB maintains program standards and practices centered around the IB philosophy, the purpose, learning, culture, environment, and school context. These standards and practices are the cornerstone of the rigorous IB authorization and 5-year evaluation process. Once a school has one authorized program, they earn the designation of IB World School. Atlanta Public Schools currently has 18 IB World Schools, with an additional 4 that are on track to authorization in 2022. STEM is a signature program adopted by the Douglas, South Atlanta, and Washington clusters, in addition to 2 single-gender academies, BEST and CSK. There are 2 credentialing bodies for STEM and STEAM, the Georgia Department of Education and Cognia, which is formerly known as Advanced Ed. While the credentialing processes for each agency are different, the standards are very similar. Those standards are aligned to STEM-based best practices, which include standards-based interdisciplinary instruction, project or problem-based learning, process thinking, authentic, real-world problem solving, and investigative research. Once programs are certified, they are eligible for renewal every 5 years. Currently, there are 9 STEM or STEAM certified schools, and 8 schools are on track to earn certification by the end of this school year. The schools in the Carver and Midtown clusters adopted college and career readiness as their signature program, using the Partnership for 21st Century Learning framework, which featured a focus on advanced learning, 21st century learning themes, and life, career, and technology skills. All schools in both clusters were successful in satisfying the standards of service for this framework and performed at the highest level of implementation for at least the past 3 years. However, despite their best efforts and developments to no fault of their own, no schools in the Carver or Midtown clusters are certified or on track to certification to date. Historical context is critical to understanding the predicament the Carver and Midtown clusters are in right now. When APS initially implemented signature programs, school leaders at the time were given autonomy to develop and implement a signature program that did not have a credentialing requirement. This decision was based on the above average performance levels of the students, as well as the cluster's request to maintain their success with initiatives such as advanced placement, dual enrollment, and early college. As an alternative, principals collaborated to develop personalized cluster-based standards of service, for which were previously called the College Prep Program. At the onset, all signature programs were required to utilize an outside agency's framework to ensure programs were implemented with fidelity. So the College and Career Readiness Cluster leaders selected EdLeader P21 framework, which at the time was the premier organization for ensuring that every student experienced 21st century learning. In 2018, P21 went through a merger with Battelle for Kids, which would further advance partnerships and expand innovative resources for educators. However, the merger also created a barrier for CCR schools to obtain certification, since the newly established program entitled Luminaries was designed to credential school districts as opposed to individual schools. Despite the uniqueness of the Luminaries program, the district planned to move forward with the certification to support the CCR schools. However, the next year, Battelle for Kids, as a result of the new merger and then the heavy impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, paused their credentialing process. At first, it was their plan to resume credentialing in 2020, but now it is their plan to revisit the process no earlier than late 2022. Again, to no fault of the schools in the Carver and Midtown clusters, yet given this chain of events, we, the district leaders of signature programs, were faced with an unfortunate challenge to answering the question, how will our commitment to signature program implementation be accomplished in the Carver and Midtown clusters? In late June, we sought to answer that question. We began by meeting with the Midtown and Carver Associate Superintendents, the APS Strategy Office, and the Chiefs of Schools and Academics to discuss the aforementioned context and the implications for our work going forward. We then expanded the conversation to include the principals of these clusters. Each principal was given the opportunity to share their thoughts and concerns on behalf of their knowledge of their school communities. Initial conversations included the possibility of transitioning to an already existing signature program, IB or STEM, as the vetting process for each of these programs was completed back in 2015. In short, the feedback from school leaders was most aligned to making sure their current CCR initiatives could be protected through and after the transition. Initiatives such as the early college program, world language offerings, the relationship with partner schools, dual enrollment partnerships, advanced placement course offerings, and fine and performing arts classes. Principals also mentioned STEM undertones that were already present in their schools and how this opportunity could give them a chance to expound on what they've already begun. The strategy office then developed a timeline and selection process in late July. This timeline outlined opportunities for community engagement meetings with each cluster in October and November, with the final vote being planned through the cluster advisory teams in November. At the September board meeting, my colleague, Ms. Barnett, shared the timeline, and I also referenced the transition at the academics board retreat. In summary, the lack of a certifying body for the college and career readiness schools has several implications. The process the schools were prepared for does not exist. There is no alternative that we are immediately aware of that satisfy the needs of signature programming. The schools in both clusters are at risk of not certifying by the district's goal of 2025, and our equity commitments to the schools in these clusters are compromised. Although college and career readiness is a program that binds them, it is understood that the Carver and Midtown clusters each have unique needs and dynamics by which they need to have considered as they chart a path forward. So we have developed two scenarios to combat the implications. One, to select an existing signature program, IB or STEM, or two, to spend time exploring different program options. After at least one community engagement meeting this October to present the context and the necessity for changing the CCR signature program, the cluster advisory team will convene to vote on one of two scenarios. In scenario one, the cluster advisory team agrees to select one of the two existing signature programs. The cluster advisory team will meet to learn the features, requirements, and misconceptions of IB and STEM, and will then vote to make a recommendation for the program that best fits their cluster's needs and vision. After the final vote in February of 2022, the cluster will spend the remainder of this school year preparing to officially adopt their new program in the fall of 2022. This slide graphically outlines the roadmap for scenario one: selection and engagement in FY22, 2 years of implementation, and a completed certification process by the end of 2025. The second scenario is to explore different program options. Again, after at least one community engagement meeting in October to present the context and necessity for changing the CCR signature program, the cluster advisory team will meet to vote on one of two scenarios. In scenario two, the cluster advisory team agrees that more time is warranted to explore alternative options. Under the guidance of and support of the strategy office, a full 12 months, January 22 to January 23, will be devoted to exploring options to replace college and career readiness. This time frame will mimic that of the initial signature program selection process. In late January 2023, 2023, the cluster advisory team will meet to vote on a recommendation for their new signature program. And the cluster will spend the remainder of the school year preparing to officially adopt their program in the fall of 2023. Here, it is important to note that the selection of the program will have strict requirements for having a credentialing standards set forth by an outside agency and a certification process that can be achievable by the end of FY26. In this roadmap for scenario 2, you will see the graphic depiction of an extra step to account for a year of exploration, engagement, design, and transition, as well as an additional year to earn certification beyond 2025 if needed. Our next steps are to begin communicating the schedule of community engagement sessions for each cluster, which we plan to have posted and circulating by the end of this week. For the last 2 weeks in October, we will be hosting community engagement sessions to prepare cluster advisory teams to vote on the scenario that best fits the desire of the cluster they represent. With that, we conclude our presentation for this afternoon, and thank you for your time and attention. We welcome any questions or comments you have at this time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Florence and Dr. Freeman. Questions from the board, and Pierre, I'll need your help for the folks online, for the board members online as well. Questions? Michelle, then Ishay, then Leslie.
Go first. I'm still. Thank you so much for the detailed presentation. I really appreciate it, and I think we were all kind of. Yeah, can y'all not hear me? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now? I got it right up on the mask. Okay. Thank you so much for the detailed presentation. I think I'm not going to speak on behalf of my colleagues. I was a bit taken back when we learned about this recently, and appreciate you taking this kind of deeper dive to explain to us what's going on. At the time that we went with P21, Mr. Norvell will tell you as a parent, and there were like 3 organizations that we looked at as a cluster advisory team. And I'm just curious to know, do none of those exist anymore? Because Midtown was very specific about wanting to do something that was its own, so to speak. And then Carver was very interested in learning about what we were doing and came to our cluster advisory meetings to learn about what it was that we were looking at. And don't get me wrong, we definitely had a group of parents that were interested in IB. We definitely had a group of parents that were interested in STEM. I think a lot of what we've done in Midtown kind of leans more to STEM, but still wanted to have that flexibility to kind of be our college and career kind of custom look. And I'm not saying you have to answer me today. I'm just saying that we did a lot of work on this, and there was more than just one organization out there that could help us in this direction. And I get it, COVID has created a lot of, issues, as well as just education in general over involvement. And I'm not opposed to having the conversation with the clusters about revisiting IB and STEAM. And I appreciate the opportunity for them to have this second opportunity to reevaluate what's in the best interest of the community, because the community, it was a very, very hard conversation, if you will. It was not simple at the time. So I just kind of want to put that out there as something to share with you. The good news is they were both, you stated that they were both successful for 3 years under the framework that they had. My question is, and again, you don't have to answer me today, but my question is, with respect to our IB schools and our STEM schools, what is the delay on getting everybody on board? And again, you don't need to answer that today. What is the delay? I mean, we've been in this scenario for 5-6 years. How hard is it? especially from the state STEM perspective that doesn't necessarily have the same rigor as an IB, what is the delay in getting our schools on board with that? If you want to answer or not, just let me know.
So they see my hand going up.
I'm sorry, Dr. Herring, I'm looking straight at them, I apologize,
Yeah,
yes.
I know that a couple of your questions, Board Member Olympiadis, you stated that we don't have to answer, but you need us to take away. I did want to push in on one of those questions before we get into the follow-up of what is the delay for the others in the IB and the STEAM. To note, and we had this conversation earlier, that years ago, that when we were initially going through this process, there were 3 certifying bodies for consideration. Is there any way to speak to the difference between what has happened between that past time and now? Because the conversation and the sensitivity to this presentation has been around the fact that Battelle for Kids is no longer that certifying body, and the research to find at least one additional has been challenging. Can we at least speak to that? And then whoever can, if this is the time to answer for the follow-up, would be helpful.
Yes, well, neither of us were a part of that process in 2015 to speak directly to that, but there are members of the team that were. And so we'd like to go through and present something officially about where they stand now and how that process varies from what it initially was years ago.
And we can also speak to that this year with the implementation of the APS 5, and there's also a signature programming implementation tool that provides support, but also action steps for them to be able to move closer toward certification. That did not exist before this year. So we've given schools a tool to help them get on track if they're not on track, and to stay on track if they are on track. So just a little bit of accountability there to make sure that they're moving toward certification if they have not been there previously.
Okay, I appreciate that, especially that. And so I'm going to back up. With respect to the cluster advisory team and how we're reaching out to the community, we're on a timeline. I think initially it sounded like we've communicated to them already, but we really haven't. We're starting to communicate now.
That's correct.
Okay, as long as, with all due respect, as long as we can do that with grace and explain why we're coming to the table a little late, because I think that as things happen, the word's out there, and people are very concerned and very worried about where we're headed, so to speak. So I just wanted to provide that feedback, because it looked like through the PowerPoint, the timeline's better defined, and I misunderstood what y'all were talking about. And with respect to STEAM, who is the agency that, whatever the right term is, verifies that that's being done with fidelity outside of the state?
Cognia.
Pardon me?
Cognia.
Okay.
It used to be Advanced Ed.
Okay. I think it's important to share that with the community, because I think there's a misconception that STEAM is just a state kind of, and I don't mean to dismiss the state by any means, but it's a state framework that doesn't necessarily have a confirming agency behind it. And if we're going to talk about moving away from college and career readiness because we don't have a certification piece or entity in place, I think it's important that we talk about who's doing our STEAM place, if you will, because I know IB does, and IB is very stringent. But the STEM team seems a little bit more flexible, and it would be nice for the community to know who tells us outside of the state that we're doing STEM correctly, if that makes sense.
So both are options, Dr. Harry, you can go ahead. Both are options, but we also want to give the community some of this same context so they understand why we are where we are. I'm not sure we've given them all this full context that we have given you, but we want to make sure that we share this with them as well so they understand why we are where we are.
It sounds good. I think we're headed in the right direction. So I'll leave it to my colleagues. I certainly didn't.
Hold on, Michelle. Dr. Herring had
Of course, I apologize, Dr. Herring.
No,
Again,
I'm just-
looking straight at your colleagues.
It's
and
okay.
you. I apologize.
It's okay. And by design, just wanting to tag team more into this conversation. And so, I'm appreciative of the 2 scenarios that we've brought forward. Of course, one scenario provides for a longer time frame for engagement and consideration, and that is that gives the community a chance to make a decision around what would be different. I think it is also important to honor and acknowledge in this conversation the time, sweat, and energy that went into coming to the College and Career Signature Program, and that if we decided to continue in that space, would be so without a certifying body at this juncture, because we do not have that. Part of what it doesn't meet are expectations that we also put in place as a district. That also means that we have the capacity to revisit that as well, as it relates to the number of schools that would be certified by a specific point in time. But by no means do I want this to suggest that there is any blind, well, any head turn away from the time and attention that built us to the place of having the CCR as a signature program. I think that's important and simply needs to be stated. This is, for us, for this administration, a unique challenge. It's also unique in the space where we're working to do the research, and we also are aware of the position of the community around those who brought us to college and career as a college and career readiness as a signature program for both Midtown and Carver. That just needs to consistently be dropped into this conversation. I believe that that's important. Scenario 2 is the most ideal space for us to really refine in that in moving forward, if we were to not elect to consider the other two. That's all.
I appreciate that feedback. And let me just say, choosing signature programming across clusters was not as bad as redistricting, but it was a very difficult conversation. So for these two communities to be asked to change, I think we need to do some hand-holding and really explain what's going on and why we have to consider changes, because again, I put Carver right in bed with Midtown. They said to us, we like what you're doing, we want to know what you're doing, and we said we're happy to share that information with you. And it was just uniquely different than other communities that were embracing IB and STEM. So it's a delicate walk. Again, not as bad as redistricting, but it's a close second, I would say. Thank you. Thank you for your responses, and thank you for the detailed presentation.
Isha?
That's a great segue, Michelle, because I think Michelle touched on a lot of the points I wanted to make, but more importantly, I think for me I think for me and also the community is going to be, the engagement process is going to be key in this, is to understanding how do we get to this point. We cannot make this decision without bringing them along, and just to have one meeting in October and then the vote to the cluster advisory groups, I would just make the statement of precaution to make sure that the community is fully informed on that space, on that decision, and what will be the decision. Because Midtown, so the collaboration, the cross-collaboration is what we wanted to see, and really proud that it was happening, because Carver Cluster, and Leslie, please feel free to add, is in a different space where you have Kendesi, you have Purpose Built, which is STEAM, then you have Carver Early College, but that didn't negate the opportunity that was there to create the pathways and opportunities that a college and career readiness track really could have flourished there. And so the community is and the community has, for the last 5 years, have been very diligent about asking not only the cluster, but also school leaders on what does that look like. I mean, some of us have all seen the emails about, well, show us the catalog, show us what our children should be doing, show us what my child should be doing at elementary and middle school, and when they get to high school, what are those various pathways. And we've made excuses for that. We've made excuses for that. So you're going to enter this conversation with a community that is very tarnished by that, because they did it. We brought them along, and to Michelle's point, we held their hand through a process and deciding they didn't want IB, they didn't want STEAM. That's why they chose a college and career readiness path, because they saw a different vision for their children. And so now that we're coming back to them and to say, well, because there isn't a certification or accrediting agency for that program, it kind of diminishes the vision that they actually have, and almost easily to say that we're taking the easy route out of this versus the amazing talent that we have in the district and in teaching and learning to actually build what an organization may be waiting to accredit for. So I just want you guys to think about that as you talk to the community, because that's where they are, sitting down and collecting feedback and talking to the community, just making sure it's fully transparent. One of the biggest concerns, if it is one of STEAM, is they want to make sure that's fully funded, and I don't blame them. If you're going to go with STEM, making sure that it's fully funded with all the equipment, if there's issues in regards to creating labs for it, making sure materials are ready. And when that price tag came, it was one of the frugality of our dollars and what we actually could invest in. So I will say, if it is a push for that, that is one of the main questions that I received in talking to the community. Will the funding be, be there? And so, for me, it's kind of disappointing to hear, but I am just like any other community member. As I learn more, maybe I, as I learn more about what the direction will be and being fully transparent about it, but also being, the deliverables that we say that we're going to do, actually deliver them, then I can see myself supporting it. But we can't get too far down this path without very, very robust community engagement, because communities are actually torn. And I mean, parents are torn of, well, it's not there at Carver, so I am back at the place of having to choose what are the options for, what are the options for our children.
Thank you for that feedback.
My questions were actually answered in the presentation. I think the one is just emphasizing true transparency. So I think that you be ready for questions as far as who is all on the cluster advisory team, what are the conversations that are happening with leadership, having a very robust community engagement, sessions or work sessions, or however that is, but the community just really being fully informed on whatever path they decide, whatever path the cluster decides to take.
Leslie, then Cynthia.
So I want to say thank you, because what you brought today was awesome, and it was really informative, and it was about the rationale behind why you're having to make a move off this. It was very narrative, and what I would love to see is, we know that everybody doesn't watch this meeting, and they're not going to be able to zip through and find that thing, and just if there was a way to capture that, what you did, not only the PowerPoint, but your presentation of it, would be very great for the community. Michelle, the STEAM certification, asking about, it is pretty easy to find on the website, but maybe as you go about that, just pulling everything together that people need to know. Because the thing that always kills us is that we feel like we have talked about these things, we have given you all the resources to understand what we're going to meet about. Can you look at those and get those together before we meet? And then people come together and they've not, oh, well, this came from Mars. And it's like, no, it didn't. It was here. And so I do want to go back a little bit about the history and the reason for this and the importance of it. And I think that I appreciate sort of coming back to a point of neutrality around this, around let's step back and look and explain more about what's happening here. But the bottom line is that these two clusters do not have a certified program, a certified signature program. And if there is one reason that this came about in the first place, from my perspective, years ago when we started talking about this, it was to have an external certifier, an external thing that was, something outside of APS that was looking at what we are doing and saying, okay, we have ways to, make sure that the fidelity of implementation of these, the work is there. So that if IB came back and said, you were certified, but now you're not, the parents should go, oh God, alarm bells, right? Like, if you're not able to dig in the district enough, it's just another layer of assurance for parents. So I think having the certified, something that is a certified program external to APS, is important, and I just want to make that point to the community.
having programs that IB has been around for a very long time. It is a global program. It is very well respected. The STEM certification. Again, the information is up there about Cognia. They do they certify our districts and make sure that we are accredited in order to send children to college. So having those is very important, and I just want to lean into that. Having the meetings, and I'd really, Ishay, in terms of the timeline, it feels like everything is just running a million miles a minute at the, sort of the end of this year. And it is going to be hard for people to, to just sort of get around all of the decisions that we're making. But again, I really would encourage, make sure that the access to every bit of information people need so they understand where we're at, why we're here, what you're going to do about it, and what their needs, like what needs of yours we're trying to meet is really well presented. And I just, again, this was great today. Thank you so much for that piece.
Thank you.
Cynthia?
Yes, could you remind us who serves on the cluster advisory teams, please?
Travis is coming to answer that. Thank you, Mr. Norvell. And as Mr. Norvell is coming forward to answer that, I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Norvell now serves as our Chief Strategy Officer.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The cluster advisory team is made up of one principal and one go-team member from each school in the cluster. We also invite charter schools to that team as well. And I believe both cluster teams, Carolyn's double checking that both cluster teams are fully filled with their cluster reps to ensure appropriate representation.
Okay, so one go-team member and the principal make up the cluster advisory teams. We're going to have one community meeting before, in the Midtown cluster, that would be 12 people? Yes, 12 people. And in the Carver cluster, it would be, if I'm doing my math right, 20 people, give or take, depending on how many of the charter schools participate. So we're going to have, and I'm trying to understand here, we will have, you said, one community meeting so that PTAs, parents, teachers, students, et cetera, can give input, and then the 12 on the Midtown CAT and the 20 or so on the Carver CAT will make the decision about whether to go IB or STEM or look for something else. Is that correct?
So we will have some cluster advisory teams are meeting before the end of October. So we will share this context with both the Carver and Midtown clusters at their next cluster advisory team meeting. Then we'll offer community engagement meetings for the broader community on the context as well as the signature programs that currently exist and what the scenarios are. A cluster,
how many? Sorry.
That's all right. Those two meetings are both in October. We would then go to the cluster advisory team in November to kind of gauge where they think the community is on these scenarios going forward. Is this a short track scenario or is this a long exploration track scenario that would be best for the community?
How many community meetings, not cluster advisory team meetings, community meetings will there be in each cluster before the CATs decide which way to go?
If I may, Board Member Briscoe Brown, and to all board members, what is clear to this administration is more. And so I would ask that administration have a chance to revisit the additional number of community engagement sessions to take place for both clusters. I heard several statements, both from board members, around hand walking and taking the time to educate, inform, and even be responsive to the feedback of the community beyond Go Teams and Cluster Advisory. So as to not identify a number that is not sufficient at this juncture, we heard that, and we'll certainly bring back more and get that communicated with priority.
Okay. I join my colleagues in thinking that it is extremely important that a decision as significant as this one needs to be made by the whole community and not just 6 Go Team representatives and the principals. Those need to be involved, but this is a decision which directly affects the education of children in these clusters for years and years and years to come. And we need to do very deep and broad engagement about this. In fact, I would argue that this is a major decision which would require the implementation of a community engagement plan as we're discussing in our goals and guardrails. I think it's that important. All right, a couple more questions, and this is following up on Ishe's comments, whose comments I completely echo about funding and about full implementation. Can you just confirm for me that full implementation of IB in the 4 clusters that are working towards IB includes every high school ultimately being authorized to award both the diploma program and the career program?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Okay, there are 2 different tracks in IB at the junior and senior year level. One of them's called the DP, or the diploma program. That's the really rigorous academic program that allows our students to be competitive and successful at top tier colleges across the world. The career program, or CP, it requires a capstone project. It equips our students to be global citizens in their careers, but is not as liberal arts oriented. It certainly fits our students for Georgia Tech or for Sciences Po in Paris, but it is more career oriented than what I would consider kind of the college liberal arts track at the high school level. A high school has to qualify, has to be authorized to award both. And I know that some of our schools are currently authorized only to award the career program, the CP. Full implementation would require doing both. And so I just want to confirm, because I haven't seen it anywhere, that both the DP and the CP are on the timeline for every high school. And that was really long, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Board Member Briscoe Brown. We are actually finalizing that information, but DeJuan can talk to you about those schools that are currently that are not for the DP program. So you're absolutely correct, the more rigorous of the 2. Just to have both of those. And so we have 2 schools currently looking at this list that are not for the DP program. It's Mays and Thurl. And so we are working with those principals to further determine where they are. And then I think North Atlanta and Jackson have both of those. Is that correct, DeJuan? And so, again, we're working with Mays and Thurl, those 2 clusters primarily, on both of those.
But that's in the timeline. I know they're not authorized for the DP now, but that's something that we are working towards, because full and faithful implementation will require that.
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly correct, yes.
Okay, and then just one more question, and this is following up on something Ishe asked. Back when we did these signature programs in 2015, we used IB as the default for a couple of reasons. First of all, IB was the most expansive at the time in terms of its offerings for things like world language, and even things ultimately like career skills because of the CP, which they had just developed. Also, IB was the most expensive at the time. And so we set up IB as the default, as the floor of both financial and other resource planning, support, professional development, et cetera, as the floor that we would give every school. Is IB still the most expensive and expansive Because if not, we should go back and we should figure out which one is and use that as our default, as our floor. And I think that speaks to Ishay's question about making sure that our STEM and STEAM programs have all the resources they need. Certainly IB needs it, and then whatever Carver and Midtown choose should also have at least that amount of funding.
Thank you. There was a formula that was created years ago, to your point, Board Member Brown, and I think the progression over time has not been calibrated to match the expenses dollar for dollar, but they are just, in general, they set the baseline, and then we use that formula based on the phasing to continue each year. So wherever the schools are in the phases of implementation, there was a set amount associated with that, and we re-up each year.
Okay.
And I'm going to also push in as well. I appreciate that question as well, Board Member Briscoe Brown, and just also tie in the response to even the signature programming being the request that Board Member Collins brought forward earlier. I want to just anchor our focus that we've shared even at the academic retreat with the board on the APS 5. And the APS 5, the fifth component, well, one of the five, there's no specific order, is that correct?
It's the fifth.
Without there being a specific order, signature programming and the full implementation of signature programming has also been the commitment of this administration to see it through to the extent to which the nature of the questions that are coming up in this work session are more than appropriate. But if I don't take it and connect it to our recognition of the importance of the details to that, I would be remiss. So I want to anchor that our areas of 5, and there were 5: data, curriculum, whole child support, personalized learning, as well as signature programming, also put us on notice to do the due diligence to make certain that as APS has established this commitment in this year and subsequent years, we're having to do the deep dives and to also be responsive around how to ensure all schools have the signature programming experience that was expected. Now, the other point of acknowledgement, quite honestly, is what's been said from the dais as well as virtually, to honor and realize the level of detail and decision-making that went into what currently exists in our district. And so I just cannot continue to emphasize from my seat, we are hearing you, and we know that there is more that we're going to need to do to fully and intimately engage, and that it is not the goal of the administration to be doing anything to and for in the decision-making process, but along with, because it didn't just land here. And your level of detail, even around funding, Board Member Briscoe Brown, I think is just as equally important, because even as we identify in the APS 5, the commitment is to make certain that all of our programs are resourced and implemented at a quality and high level.
Thank you. This was probably the greatest equity issue of my first term and my colleagues' first term in office, trying to make sure that we fully and faithfully implemented these programs that are so impactful on our kids and our teachers and our families, and doing that system-wide. As we phased out of magnet schools and out of small learning communities and out of academies, the whole point of that was to make sure that a student at Mays had just as much opportunity for really challenging work that resulted in a diploma that could go all over the world as a student at North Atlanta did. And we have to be able to push through and make sure that we are offering these programs completely and fully and faithfully, and giving every student an opportunity to take advantage of them. Thank you for your commitment to them. Thank you for putting them in the APS 5, because I think that's going to be a really, it's going to strengthen and accelerate our ability to advance equity in the district. And I think that's all I've got.
Okay, Isha?
Yeah, just
Then Leslie.
wanted to echo again, just looking at the presentation, and thank you guys for this level of detail, because it was a lot that was happening. But I also just want to make the point, and it goes to what Leslie was speaking on before, when we actually started the conversation and engaged on signature programming years ago, and there wasn't a deep conversation about that the programs necessarily had to be a certifying program, because that is why we were exploring this difference between STEAM and STEAM, and then of course this college and career readiness piece. And just wanted to Michelle's point in regards to the other programs, the other certifying agencies and CCR, what are those possibilities, just to be able to flush out all scenarios and all options to communities that was really hinging on this. And so much so, I think we want to be mindful of communicating that this was conversations that was happening before this, to the fact that we revised the charter renewal application to include this. So when I looked at last month's presentation and saw that, I just want to be very, very, just make sure we're very mindful about trying to say that the selection of signature programmings were tied to a certified agency at that time, when that necessarily wasn't the case, so much that we had to explicitly state it in our charter renewal application. So as we, just want to kind of give those that heads up as we talk, as we kind of flush out those details, and just being full transparent about like how we really, really got here. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and just quickly, I just want to make a point, because we've talked a lot tonight about this. It is really important that, again, to remember the history of why we started this, was to make sure that there is something that validates each and every one of our schools and that gets it to a high level, a high academic standard. Several of us were advocating for IB across the board. If you wanted to add STEM on top of that, go for it. But again, that IB would sort of be the floor for that. It is, and I will put it back out there to that. But also in terms of the engagement, and I don't want to discredit, and I think we need to be mindful of our words as board members about discrediting the other elected bodies that will be vetting this. Our GO teams and our CATs are elected bodies. They are the representation of how we want to have that input. And so I want to make sure that the quote-unquote community is not perceived as bigger, better, or different than our GO teams and the CAT. Those are the formal ways that we do want to encourage that input through, so that we're not having splinter groups of a community who are coming back to the table saying they weren't included, they weren't involved, or whatever. That those are the formal ways that we want that input to come through. And I just want to make sure that we as elected representatives who are not 1,000 voices, but are 9 voices, and who do bring forward the wills of the community with our votes and voices, respect that of our GO teams and our CATs as well. Thank you.
So, signature programs.
Thank you.
If I could add to what Leslie just said, I would also say that we also need to be careful around the language around the signature programs themselves, because IB is certainly rigorous and has history, but STEM is significantly is rigorous as well with standards. And I want to make sure that we're using for all the fact that whether it's IB, whether it's STEM, there are rigorous standards. And to Leslie's point, the purpose of this was to increase rigor across the district and to ensure that there were standards in place and that our schools were meeting those standards, which is a key piece here. I have a question about the alternatives, because there's a slide here about so what are the alternatives? If it's not STEM, IB, what?
It could literally be anything, right? And again, much of the process it was not a part of initially, but my understanding is that there's just certain criteria. Where Travis, don't look. There's just certain criteria that we're looking for, right? To be comparable, to have an outside agency, to have a credentialing process, to have a pre-K to 12th grade continuum. All of those things being considered were the foundation of just who was able to offer it. And I know some people mentioned like College Board and Avid and some other things, and it's us really looking at where they are. Like even Battelle for Kids, you know, their program was district-wide and not school-wide, which wouldn't really solve the what we're setting out to do for this purpose. And so we really do have to explore from the beginning to the end about what exists.
And if I may, Chairman Estevez, and I appreciate that honest answer, Dr. Freeman. So that second scenario was also longer because of the need to, regardless of where we land, to build context for identifying alternatives. Alternatives can also sit in the space of technology and innovation. There are student and educator certifications that fall in other places, but what I best understand is that we want to not dictate that, but help to provide the understanding of what the most viable and rigorous options are, and be able to move from there. So that too is it's not necessarily just an empty to be determined, but the space for us to build that context. I just wanted to add to that what some of those areas might be, and it also could be the college and career readiness space, but of course void of certification. Then we have an issue of equity and just the balance of what we've said was a priority, and whether or not it's a need to revisit that conversation as well.
If you don't mind, just to add a little more context for signature programming for those who may just be joining. We've been talking about signature programming as if it was in isolation. The signature program was one aspect of a cluster plan. And so that's what I'm really excited about with this opportunity.
Travis.
It was not done in isolation. So a lot of the community engagement that was done the first time around in 2015 was around what do we want as a cluster. It wasn't necessarily specific to a signature program. So the work doesn't start with a blank sheet of paper. We've actually done the work of what we want as a cluster, and actually we've gotten even stronger. So the Carver and Midtown clusters are light years ahead of where we were in 2015, that they can now even better pick a signature program that meets the needs of its cluster and the vision for that cluster. And then also to piggyback on Board Member Grant's point on elected officials, the original cluster planning team was a parent, a teacher, and a principal from the school that the principal selected. It was not voted on. It was not representative. It was a group of people who just were willing to give their time and energy to explore what's best for the cluster. And so we're, again, at a much further point this time, so that I'm not as worried about a truncated timeline, because we have that vision. We have school strategic plans, previous cluster plans, what's worked, what hasn't, that I think is possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Travis. And
Travis.
I would certainly, I think the timeline around option one is ambitious. And I want to make sure I echo my colleagues and say we should be taking our time with this understanding that it can't go on forever, but it's also a big decision. So I want to make sure that none of these clusters feel like they are being pushed into a scenario. I'd rather this be more organic, and I think that's going to help with implementation as well, because people will feel bought in, like we see in some of our other clusters where they are full on STEM and IB. I mean, the Washington cluster, for example, some of the first schools in the state to be certified for STEM, and that to me just showed the buy-in that we had in that cluster on that program. So I want to make sure that we're deliberate in the steps that we're taking here. And of course, Travis, congratulations. It is a congratulations. You know, when I became board chair, they told me congratulations and condolences. So I'm still here, still alive. Thank you so much. I think that's it from the board.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. So again, thank you to Dr. Freeman, Dr. Florence, Chief Academic Officer Brown, and Chief Strategy Officer Norvell. And we do walk away with a clear understanding of the deeper reflection on timeline engagement, and also acknowledgement of what we have as an organization invested in to get to this space. And so we take those with us as for shaping the next steps. For our next item, 2.2, SPLOS 2022 program, we have our Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Larry Hoskins. Mr. Hoskins, we're ready for your presentation on the SPLOS 2022 program.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam Superintendent, good afternoon. The purpose of today's presentation, excuse me. The purpose of today's presentation is to review the SPLOS 2022 community engagement, feedback, and the proposed SPLOS 2022 program. The roadmap, community survey and engagement results, and the 2019-20 facilities condition assessment, and the takeaway is SPLOS 2022 program consensus. What is an e-SPLOS? It is a 1-cent sales tax on all retail purchases. This means that everyone who makes a purchase in the school district county, including visitors, contributes to the support of local schools. By law, an e-SPLOS can only be used for certain capital projects such as buildings, furnishing, computers, and buses. E-SPLOS funds cannot be used for the day-to-day operational expenses. Brief background, Atlanta Public Schools current e-SPLOS was approved by voters in May of 2016 and will expire in June of 2022. In order for the district to continue to receive the 1% sales tax revenue for capital projects in July 2022 through June 2027, voters will need to approve a renewal of the e-SPLOS on November 2nd, 2021. If the voters approve the 2022 e-SPLOS, up to $650 million would be approved for Atlanta Public Schools classrooms, facilities, and operation. At this time, Mr. Norvell will report out on community engagement efforts.
Good afternoon again, board member, Superintendent Herring. Looking forward to sharing some of the updates on our community engagement so far. As you know, we've held 2 rounds of engagement sessions with the community. We did 3 meetings in July and then 3 meetings in September. And through those sessions, we heard from various stakeholders what was important to them as the project was being developed and then shared with them. We also completed a survey to capture the priorities as well. Here's a high-level look at the areas of focus. During the first rounds of meetings, we discussed, and then the survey, we engaged on the areas of focus important to community based on the needs of your schools and why they found each of the areas important. And you can see the broad area of topics that SPLOS address on this slide. When surveyed, the most prioritized categories across all stakeholder groups were technology, safety and security, and facilities. And then when broken down by stakeholder groups, you saw the similar priority areas, but students identified safety and security as most important, while families and staff identified technology. When we also broke it down by cluster, we saw the same 3 areas rise to the top, with a few differences like South Atlanta prioritizing athletics and Douglas prioritizing nutrition. On this slide, you can see a snapshot of some of the individual feedback from survey responses. And you can see everything from cameras to address safety and security to the importance of one-to-one technology and reliable transportation. This helped paint a clearer picture of what the needs of the communities were and whether they differed by cluster or addressed across-the-board needs. In addition to the survey, which was a snapshot of what people believe were important to them, we received feedback via Let's Talk and then in actual chats of the community engagement opportunities. And on here, you'll see some of the feedback, some of the themes that we heard. One was about timeline for renovations. So if schools were on the proposed list, they wanted to know when it would start, what the design process would be, and how they could play a role in that. Facilities shared that once the SPLOS was voted on in November, they'd build out those timelines and work with the communities on next steps. Another request were school-specific projects that may or may not have made it to the list. Facilities talked about how they'll work with the schools as the priorities come up and address the needs as they arise. And then finally, community members shared feedback on the process itself. So they appreciated the clarity from the presentations, the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed list and their priorities, but talked about the need to engage with Go teams, as we discussed earlier this evening, as well as principals kind of throughout this process to get feedback on East Blessed. And that captures an overview of the major themes and priorities during community engagement for SPLUST. And now I'll pass it to Mr. Hoskins.
Okay. Thank you, Travis. Next, a brief update on the overall state of our district's physical infrastructure. Parsons and MGT of America completed a 2019-20 district-wide facilities condition assessment. On the screen is a summary of the results. Please allow me to direct your attention to the second row of the chart, highlighted in blue, the district level summary. Overall district facilities condition assessment score of 88.24 out of 100. 104 buildings assessed, approximately 12.6 million square feet. 53 of the 104 rated excellent, 24 good, 9 rated fair, and 10 unsatisfactory. Please note the only charter school facilities that were included in the assessment are APS-owned facilities. A look at cluster-level schoolhouse averages, facilities condition assessment scores. The scores range from a low of 89.72 to 95.4 for APS traditional school clusters and 75.89 for APS charter schools. Current and projected needs. At the conclusion of the 2019-20 assessment, Parsons estimated deferred maintenance needs at approximately $318 million. That need would grow to approximately $455 million by the end of 2022 due to systems whose life cycles would expire between the time the assessment was completed in 2019 and the end of 2022. An additional $469 million will be needed due to systems life cycles expiring during the 2023-2027 timeframe, basically the timeframe that corresponds with the SPLOST 2022 cycle. The chart on the screen identifies the projected capital investments needed by year in order to maintain the district's current facilities condition assessment score of 88.24. Next, the administration's proposed SPLOST 2022 program. I didn't do it.
I think it was because Facebook is down.
Okay. All right. Blame it all on Facebook.
No one knows how to operate. When you have Facebook and Instagram down?
Right.
What is there?
APS is eligible to participate in SPLOST referenda in both Fulton and DeKalb counties because we have schools geographically located in the boundaries of each. If voters approve a 2022 SPLOST renewal on November 2nd, Atlanta Public Schools will be authorized to collect up to $650.8 million. For context, the district estimates its capital funding needs for the period 2022 through 2027 at approximately $1.5 billion. Physical plant or building-related needs at $1.24 billion, and non-building infrastructure needs at approximately $285 million. Here are the administration's proposed major referendum allocation categories and allocations for an 80% and 100% of authorization scenarios. During previous SPLOST cycles, the district has collected between 80 and 87% of authorization. As previously mentioned, the public in July provided 3 top priorities. Number 1, facilities, including construction and renovation, shown as $181 million at 100% at the 100% scenario, and facilities infrastructure, $249 million. Number 2, safety and security at $30.2 million. And number 3, technology at $62.4 million. I will review these 3 top categories in some detail and then discuss the proposed projects by cluster. For construction and renovation, $146 million is allocated for the 80% scenario. Tumor, which is a SPLOST 2017 legacy project, classroom addition and select renovations. The former C.W. Hill building, currently occupied by Condesi Old Fourth Ward. Charter, renovation. North Metro or Oglethorpe, renovation. F.L. Stanton, renovation. Hank Aaron, another legacy project. Cafeteria and gymnasium addition. New Northwest Transportation Depot, also a legacy project. The Cook Building, which is occupied by Wesley International Charter, renovation. Jackson, Maine campus, renovation. Peyton Forest, classroom addition, and Miles, a renovation and parking addition. Under the 100% scenario, an additional $35 million will be allocated for additional seating capacity as determined by the facility's master plan process, bringing the total construction and renovation allocation to $181 million. For infrastructure, we propose $174.1 million under the 80% scenario and $249 million under the 100% scenario. Infrastructure is key to the upkeep of our facilities, including major system replacements such as HVAC, electrical, plumbing, roofing, etc., standalone HVAC projects, and standalone roofing projects. We also have programs for emergency generators, electrical switchgear, grease traps, furniture, theater equipment, LED marquee signs, for schools that do not have LED marquees. The technology program, $52 million under the 80% scenario and $62.4 million at the 100% funding level. The highlights include new devices for students and staff, wireless access point upgrades, upgrades to auditorium equipment, and IT infrastructure to support the many devices running on the APS network. Okay. So what is proposed for each cluster? Please note that these cluster slides show the proposed projects under the 80% scenario. For Carver, infrastructure in the yellow at the top of the screen. Price Middle School will receive a system replacement and a new LED marquee sign. The Metropolitan Transportation Depot will receive system replacements. Slater Elementary and Carver High School will receive generators. Perkison Elementary will receive a new grease trap. Thomasville Heights will receive a new grease trap, a new emergency generator, and a new marquee sign. Atlanta College and Career Academy will receive HVAC upgrades, and the Campbell Building will receive a roof replacement. Under safety and security, 7 facilities shown in the gray box will receive new security vestibules. at their front entrance, including Carver High School, Price Middle School, Slater Elementary, to name a few. Then under athletics, shown in the blue box, at the lower right, Carver High School will expand its bleacher capacity on their practice field up to or to 1,000 seats, and we'll get a refresh track and field. The Douglas cluster, in yellow at the top of the screen, a major renovation of FL Stanton and the new Northwest Transportation, excuse me. I think I made a mistake under the previous one, but the Northwest Transportation Depot is actually, would be physically located in the Douglas cluster. Under infrastructure in brown, in the upper right, Usher Collier Elementary will receive HVAC upgrades. Scott Elementary and Usher will receive new electrical switch gears and new emergency generators. Scott Elementary and Archer will receive new grease traps. And for the arts infrastructure, Douglas High School and Best, CSK, will each receive upgrades to their auditorium theater equipment. Under safety and security, 12 facilities, as shown in the gray box, will receive new security vestibules at their front entrance. And under athletics, both Douglas High School, Best, Coretta, Scott King campuses expanded bleacher capacity, and their football field and tracks will be refreshed as well. Under the Jackson cluster, in yellow at the top of the screen, a renovation and classroom addition for Toomer Elementary School. Under infrastructure, shown in the brown box in the upper right, Parkside Elementary will receive a roof replacement, a new LED marquee sign. The Cohen Building and Facility Service Center will receive system replacements. The Cohen Building and the Whiteford Early Learning Center will each receive new electrical switchgear. Burgess Peterson will receive a new generator. Under safety and security, 5 facilities, shown in the gray box, will receive security vestibules, including Dunbar and Parkside, to name a few. Athletics, again shown in the blue box, Jackson High School, expanded bleacher capacity, a refresh of both the track and the field. Mays cluster, again in yellow, Peyton Forest Elementary will receive an addition, classroom addition, and Miles Elementary will receive renovation. Under infrastructure, Cascade Elementary will receive HVAC upgrades, a new emergency generator, and a new LED marquee sign. Young Middle School will receive a roof replacement. Miles Elementary will receive a new emergency generator, and Mays High School will receive upgraded theater equipment in its auditorium. Safety and security, 4 facilities will receive new security vestibules. And again, under athletics, Mays High School will receive expanded bleacher capacity and an upgrade to their turf field. Midtown cluster, and in yellow, C.W. Hill Building, which houses Condesio 4th Ward, and the Cook Building, which houses the Wesley International Charter School. Each will receive renovations. Under infrastructure, Centennial Academy will receive an upgraded HVAC and a new LED marquee sign. Springdale Park will receive a partial roof replacement, a new emergency generator, and a new LED marquee sign. Hope Hill and Morningside Elementaries will each receive new emergency generators. Under safety and security, the Inman building will receive a new security vestibule, and under athletics, Walden will be expanded to 100 seats. North Atlanta, Jackson, Maine will receive a renovation. Under infrastructure, again in brown, Garden Hills will receive HVAC upgrades, new electrical switchgear, and a new emergency generator. Sarah Smith Elementary Primary Campus and Sutton Middle School, 6th grade campus will receive roof replacements. Brandon Elementary School, emergency generator. Bolton Academy and Sarah Smith Intermediate Campus will receive a new generator. Jackson Elementary Main Campus will receive a new grease trap, and Jackson Elementary Primary Campus will receive a new LED marquee sign. Under safety and security, 10 facilities noted in the gray box will receive new security vestibules at their front entrances, including Bolton Academy, Garden Hills, to name a few. North Atlanta High School bleacher capacity will be expanded to 100 seats. A refresh of the field, turf, and the track will also take place. South Atlanta High School, Hank Aaron New Beginnings Academy will receive a cafeteria and a gym addition. Under infrastructure, South Atlanta High School will receive updates to the front facade and the main office relocation, as well as receive upgrades to their theater and auditorium. Cleveland Avenue Elementary will receive roof replacement and a new generator. Heritage will receive a new LED marquee sign, and the Waters Building, which currently houses KIP Vision, will receive system replacements. Under safety and security, 5 schools will receive security vestibules. South Atlanta High School, bleachers will be expanded to 1,000 seats, and a refresh of the turf and the track is also proposed. Thorough Cluster, under infrastructure in yellow, Kimberly Elementary receive roof replacement, and Deerwood Academy receive a new generator. For safety and security, 4 facilities will receive new security vestibules, and Thorough High School bleacher seating capacity expanded to 1,000 seats. And last but not least, the Washington cluster, again in yellow, at the top of the screen. The Oglethorpe Building will receive renovation. Under infrastructure, but the Bethune Building will receive an HVAC upgrade and new electrical switchgear. M.A. Jones will receive an HVAC upgrade. H.J. Russell West End Academy will receive a roof replacement and a new generator. Hollis Academy will receive new electrical switchgear. Washington High School will receive an upgrade to its theater equipment. 5 facilities in this cluster will receive security vestibules, including Washington High School, Magnus Jones, H.J. Russell West End Academy. And finally, Washington High School bleacher capacity will be expanded to 1,000 seats and will also receive a refreshed field and track. Next steps. Okay. Early voting begins on October 12th. And then following in November, the first week of November, Election Day is Tuesday, November 2nd. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I will conclude by summarizing what SPLOST has meant for the children of Atlanta. 90 schools renovated, 43 major infrastructure projects, 25 newly constructed buildings or stadiums, 30 critical building HVAC projects, and 2 newly constructed playgrounds.
10.
I'm sorry, what did I say? 2?
10 or
I'm
is
sorry.
that 2?
10 newly constructed playgrounds. Mr. Chair, members of the board, this concludes my presentation. May I answer any questions?
Thank you so much, Larry. Questions from the board? We have Leslie, Aretta, Michelle, Isha.
Your favorite part, I know. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Hoskins. A couple of clarifying questions, just because I think they will be helpful to answer. So the bleachers at the fields, can you just clarify, those are bleachers, the 1,000-seat capacity would be at the football field, at the field and track?
That is correct.
You don't get 1,000 for the softball field, 1,000 for the baseball. The capacity will be at the track.
Correct.
Okay, great. And if you could please give a little input around how the prioritization of the theater and auditorium space improvements was handled.
Yes, ma'am. We started by working with Sarah Warmack, who is over our arts department for the district. And again, so we shared with Sarah some of the concerns from the communities, different inquiries that we have gotten from some of the schools. So we asked her to go out, do an assessment, and to come back and let us know basically what she would recommend.
Okay.
And coincidentally, her recommendation mirrored our recommendation, so we felt like we were on the right track with the recommendations that we made.
Okay, thank you. And just to, I just want to take a moment to pause and understand and let folks reflect on how important this is, that we continue to ask and receive the community's grace with this SPLOST. It is this penny that allows for the tax to come from the sales tax, which is very widespread. It's not just in our local community, and it's not on the property owners to fund these. If we did not receive this, then we would be in a whole other financial strait, having to maintain and honestly provide really nice quality facilities for our students. So I just want to thank y'all for all the work that's been done in the past. This list is not as maybe big and sexy project-wise. It feels very fundamental, like taking care of some business that's been put off for a long time. So I just want to point that out. But it really is extremely important to keep, just to make sure that we are keeping a good watch over the taxpayers' dollars, and that we're maintaining those facilities in ways they should be. This is 5 years. People always think that we're making these decisions that, are going to be lasting, and, if you don't do something now, it's never happening. These are always just 5-year buckets that we can make decisions about. So if there's not something that feels very critical, it can be revisited, and it is, again, only a 5-year jump. And I would, just encourage the equity filter to be very, very front of mind, front of process in terms of building the list and making that transparent to the community so they understand. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Norvell, as well, for allowing the community input to go through the, Let's Talk process. Everybody who was, wanted to feed in their input on this had the opportunity, and I really do feel like y'all listened to that. So I just want to say thank you for all of that. So.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first one is legacy project. Can you tell me what that means? That means it was a project that wasn't a list and we ran out of funding, or we ran out of time?
In most cases, we ran out of funding. But in other cases, we deliberately prioritized those projects out I think Board Member Grant made a great point about the 5-year program. We are doing our best, making educated guesses for 6 years out. And obviously, things change, and sometimes life cycles expire before the intended useful life, or there's just a plethora of different things that may cause us to reprioritize. But it is our practice, it's a requirement. Once we do determine that there may in fact need to be a reprioritization, we bring that information to the board, for the board to actually give us permission to deviate from the original schedule.
So my next question, thank you for that.
Yes,
clarifying
ma'am.
that. My next question is, thank you for, I looked at specifically within my district and the buildings that needed attention and saw that they were on the list. And so I guess my question is, after all of these recommended changes are made, does that put us in green for everything, or is it a matter of a continuous cycle that, something shift up green, but then something shift down? Or help me understand that.
Yes. May I mention, you may recall the slide where I showed the district's estimated capital need over the next 7 years, during the SPLOST cycle. And that's estimated at about $5.2 billion, just the pure need, building infrastructure need. And theoretically, if we were able to invest the $1.2 million into the infrastructure, then on that particular day, everything in the district would be at 100%. But as we mentioned earlier, the SPLOST gives us an opportunity of revenues of roughly $650 million. So even if we got all of that money on one day and invested all of that money into our buildings, there still would be, over the next 7 years, about $700 million deficit, theoretically. So yes, some scores may in fact go up, some may decrease, but what we try to do as an operations staff is, and we would love to pay attention to what I refer to as the bling, aesthetics, but we really focus in on what we believe are, creature comfort needs. Students don't need to be competing with leaky ceilings and heat that doesn't work and AC that doesn't work. So we really, really try our best to focus in on those things, those building conditions that are truly, truly going to impact or detract from the educational process.
Okay, thank you. My last question, Leslie kind of touched on, which would be, the fact of where does the money come from if this isn't a situation that we are allowed to take advantage of, right? You said how many billion?
1.2 billion.
So this funds not even all of what we need over the 7 years, but does put a big dent into those needs.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner?
Yeah, Mr. Hoskins, thank you. It was a really great presentation. Really like slide 32 about what the importance of eSPLOS has meant over the years, and think that we can work with our communications team to really send out some messaging about that for the next 30 days or so, or less than 30 days at this point. Is there a way that y'all could share with us how this is going to be listed on the ballot so that we can inform voters however we see fit? So, and again, I mean, it's not going to be, it's not going to be, a PowerPoint. It's going to be, do you know what I'm saying? It's going to be it's going to be a fancy paragraph that tells us how people should vote. And I think that we could proactively get that message out because early voting starts next week. And I think some of us could get that. So I didn't notice that anywhere, and just wanted to ask if you could add that somewhere for us, if you don't mind.
What the actual ballot looks like, board
Yeah.
member? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The ballot language.
Yes.
Okay.
And maybe that's kind of preambled with this nice slide 32, but again in wording, if that makes sense. Like, you know, I think as a board member and anyone who believes in this program, which I think there are many people who do, I think there's this very simple messaging that can go out to inform people, hey, I need you to check yes on this come November 2nd. Or choose what they want to do, but just send out what they need to be, at least send out the messaging, if you will. They don't have to do yes or no, but just send out the messaging of how important this has been to our school district.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So if I could just jump in, just to clarify. As an organization, we can't be using our resources to ask people to vote yes, but we can do exactly what Mr. Hoskins is doing now in educating our community about what East Boston means and what we would like to do with that money if the voters are so good as to grant us that opportunity and educate them about the program.
Well, I apologize. This is the second time I've been campaigning on the wrong voice. But if there's just some sort of truncated language that we could share and be neutral, I gotcha. I would appreciate it. And like I said, second time I've gotten wrong on this one. I have a question. I noticed in your line items you have property acquisition. What exactly are we looking at there?
I'm hoping nothing, but again, facilities master planning work is still out there.
Yep.
So we're reserving at this point, or proposing that we reserve a few dollars just in case it does come back that we need additional capacity and need it somewhere where we don't currently have property.
Okay. So it's like sticking a pin in it just to hold it.
Correct.
Okay, as a backup. Okay, fair enough. And then with respect to technology, which I know I'm not the technology specialist, but you always hear about me on technology. Every single cluster had the same points, which is fine. But I just want to emphasize that Wi-Fi access. We know that students already use their phones to help them access Wi-Fi in schools. So, I mean, there's a huge opportunity here with Wi-Fi access. I'm not going to go into interactive panels. I think y'all know where I stand on that. I mean, it seems like we're really delayed on where we need to go with that. And then I was curious, what is the staff connectivity? What does that mean? Does that mean we're concerned about staff having Wi-Fi access? I mean, I didn't understand what that particular point was about.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Estevez, Madam Vice Chair Collins, members of the board. In terms of staff connectivity, yes, that is the concern, ensuring that the staff have the devices that they need and the connectivity that they need to be engaged in the classrooms.
Okay, so just to be clear, that does kind of couple up with Wi-Fi access for our students and just the refresh of the LEDs across the board, right? That's going to help support staff, correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
If I could just be so bold, because I think all of y'all know where I stand on this. We've spent the last 6 years, or maybe even more, waiting for LED replacements and understanding that we have to collect the funds to purchase what it is that we need. But if we could, I think it would be great if we could just get a better projection of what that real timeline looks like. And I think there's some schools that should be priorities. I think some schools have self-funded a lot of what they need to do. And I think we need to look at schools that need to be priorities. And I've thought about this a lot. I appreciate the fact that we kind of sprinkled it in the past. I think, that was, a decision that was made. But in the end, it would have been more impactful if we had strategically looked at each school that needed it first and done it that way, instead of having, one classroom with a new board and another classroom with not a new board. And I just kind of share that, and again, I'm not a technology person. I just kind of share that because that's what the kids are into. This is the way that they not only enjoy themselves outside of school, but can better help engage them in school. And so I think providing them with as much as we can with a very targeted timeline would be great. And I just felt like that in this entire presentation, I felt like that was the broadest and least informative section of where we're going with our East Bluffs dollars. So I appreciate you hearing my feedback, and I appreciate, like I said, the presentation.
And we can certainly come back with a more detailed timeline with that to show that it being addressed. Thank you.
I think most of my questions were answered. The main question I had, and I think probably one that the community would want more information, would probably ask as well. So I know you give the 80% and the 100% collection piece. What did we collect on our last East Flash, or what has been the trend? Like around what percentage are we collecting on the actual tax?
Reserves, we're probably somewhere around 87, 88%. Mentioned earlier in the presentation, when you go back and look at the history of the SPLOS programs within the district since '96, the district has collected between 80 and 87% of authorization for the subsequent or the previous SPLOS cycles.
Got it. And then my next question is just in regards to the projects. I know it's a question that you're going to receive as well. I think from the community engagement sessions that I was able to attend, I know there was the conversation of the possibility, as needs change over the time of East Flash, that there are conversations of, potential projects or the need for certain, need for modifications or changes. Can you talk more about that, about what that process looked like? So, pretty much more about what that process looked like, because I think also, and I shared this, hearing from the community is the trusting factor of, how can we be, if there's certain issues at a school, or if there are certain, things that a school that needs something that's not on this list, what is the assurance that those changes or modifications will take place? And I know it's a very abstract question, but going more to so I'll just be very explicit. So Carver High School is discussing the fact of the main building, which is a 100-year-old building, is now experiencing there's some deterioration that is happening there, and there's conversations about, well, is there a need to invest $1 million in the field bleachers piece, or what is a possibility of moving those funds to actually address the facility piece? Fickett Elementary and Thorough Cluster, where the FCA is about in the 73, wanting to understand how schools that are at 80 and 90% of the FCA are ahead of these renovations. And so there's this dialogue about needs and changes, where I just want to kind of be ahead of that before the questions are actually raised. And there's a question about what does it look like from an equitable standpoint.
Of course.
Yeah.
Again, we go back to the resolution that the board passed in July.
Yeah, it was like July.
In July. The resolutions give us the flexibility to reprioritize projects if we need to. In addition to being able to reprioritize projects, under our infrastructure program, and I didn't go into this in very much detail, but there's two categories, one known as break fix and there's another category that's called general infrastructure. And under the 80% program, it's roughly $10 million under break fix that we're proposing. And under infrastructure, 10.5. So that's about $20.5 million under the 80% category that we also have at our disposal to help triage and deal with things that we, may not have, that we did not anticipate. And I do want to be clear that when you have an infrastructure where you're only putting $500 million towards $1 billion need, there are going to be things, and even with buildings, just like houses, they're just like houses on steroids, is what I call them. There are things that we just don't anticipate. Some things that expire before the 20-year life cycle that the manufacturer tells you. So we know that those types of things will occur. In the case of Carver, several years ago, we went over, when we did the major renovation, about $45 million. A couple years ago, 2 years ago, we went over and did about $1 million worth of work on Lee Hall in order to secure the bricks on the exterior of the building. So we know that those things are going to happen. We plan. We don't know exactly where they're going to happen, but we do reserve, an amount of money to deal with things, the unexpected. And the typical process is when those things come about, I'm obviously having conversations with my folks on a daily, weekly basis. When they do come about, be sure to share those with the superintendent. And if there is a need to reprioritize the SPLOST program that we've presented to the board, then we will do the necessary paperwork and action items in order to put that in front of the board for consideration.
Thank you. And my last question, just for clarity, is in regards to the list for the priority list for renovations and the correlation with that with the facility conditions assessment. How were those projects determined? And the reason why I'm asking, because there is conversations about Benteen, again, like I stated, Fickett, and some of the schools that actually have lower FCA scores than some of the schools that have been allocated renovation, will be considered a major renovation. So can you give more, just, particularly for the public, in regards to the list and how the FCA correlates with the selection of those schools that will receive those renovations?
Yes, the primary consideration that we typically, or at least the rubric that I've become accustomed to using since I've been here in Atlanta Public Schools, is typically we're always going to deal with safety issues first. So that's one of the primary determinants for us. Capacity issues has been one of the variables that we used in the past that has ranked fairly high as well on when we decide or our prioritization of, different projects. But the other one obviously is cash flow. So once we understand or get the go-ahead from the board that the program that we've put forth is the one that the board agrees with, our next steps over the next couple of months will obviously be to try to figure out how the resources will actually make their way to the district. So there there are several different kind of factors and rubric that we will use. Certainly, we will get the input of our maintenance folks, the on-the-ground folks, to make sure our understanding of the building conditions are in fact what they're experiencing on the ground. And then we will, do our best to lay out what we believe is an equitable and a fair timeline for the projects.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Appreciate it. We are 2 hours in, and we all have 2 presentations left. So I advise board members to please keep questions and comments brief, and to the presenters to also keep in mind the time that they are using as well, both in presenting and in responding to questions, so that we can hopefully move through these 2 presentations within the next hour.
Duly noted, Chairman Estevez. Thank you, Mr. Hoskins. Our next presentation, item 2.3, monthly financial update, including fiscal year 2023 budget planning, will be done by our Chief Financial Officer, Lisa Bracken.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez, members of the board, Dr. Herring. Today I'll be presenting 4 topics related to finance. We will be looking at year-end financials for FY 2021, looking at the FY 2022 monthly general fund financials, talking about some proposed budget adjustments, and finally we will be beginning the conversation for FY 2023 budget planning. The next 4 slides provide an update on the unaudited consolidated general fund financials for fiscal year 2021. The first slide shows that revenue by category, budget to actuals, including variance and percent of budget. As discussed during the financial presentations throughout the year, local revenue did come in ahead of projections and balanced out the need for leveraging fund balance. Overall, the resource collected was nearly dead on, less than 1% higher than projected. The district collected 3% more than the budgeted revenue. I think that was a holdover. The slide continues our analysis of the FY 2021 revenue by comparing FY 21 actual revenue to FY 20. Local revenue was up 5.45% over the previous year, while state was down significantly at 13% due to austerity cuts and reductions in the state formula. Other, which signifies the transfer in from federal programs to the Consolidated General Fund, is down, as expenditures in those programs is also down. Overall, resources remained relatively flat to the previous fiscal year. On slide 5, we see the expenditure budget to actuals with remaining balance and percent of budget for FY 2021. Actual spend is under budget, sometimes significantly in almost all areas. Primarily, we see the underspend in non-personnel and other compensation areas such as supplements and overtime. In general, our belief is that budget managers were being intentionally conservative in their spending in light of various unknowns throughout the year to ensure that sufficient resources would be available when and if changes occurred. The underspend will contribute to a substantial increase in the 2022 beginning fund balance, which I'll discuss in a bit. Slide 6 shows unaudited actual expenditures for FY 21 against FY 20 actuals. We see increases in instruction, pupil services, and general administration, with declines in spending in transportation and operations, due primarily to the virtual nature of operations during that fiscal year. Overall spending is up 1% from the previous fiscal year. The next 4 slides move us through FY 2022 financials for July and August. Since we're early in the fiscal year, there's not much information we can currently derive from these. Through the months of July and August, we've collected about 1% of total resource budgeted. It's important to recall that local property taxes represent the majority of our operating budget. Bills did not go out until September 15th and aren't due until October 30th, so we'll start seeing those collections coming in now. As a benchmark, we can see that collections at this time of year last year were 0.61%. Based on the actual local collections from the previous year and pending the rate of collections in the current year, it's very likely that we'll bring to the board at some point an amendment in the upcoming months to increase our budgeted projections for local revenue. With that will come a strategic outline for how best to utilize those funds in the current fiscal year. On slide 9, we see the budget to actual expenditures so far for FY 2022. A seeming lag in instruction, pupil services, and staff services behind other functions is due primarily to the fact that most of our positions that are less than annual report in those functions, and those salaries do accrue back to the previous fiscal year. Slide 10 represents the current spending trend for 22 against 21. While there are some fluctuations, function by function, the overall spend is on target and slightly ahead of the previous fiscal year. To ensure a more appropriate spend down of budget allotments in the current year, we will be providing spend down reports and guidance on a quarterly basis to budget center managers. Please remember that timing of large expenditures from one month to the next can greatly impact the percentage spend against the previous year. Overall, we're starting the 22 fiscal year with a stronger than anticipated fund balance. Due primarily to conservative spending in FY 2021, we've added approximately $47 million to the district's reserves. This means that our current fund balance represents 18.78%, or slightly more than 2 months of operating expenditures. This stronger fund balance means that for the first time since 2017, we have not needed to secure a tax anticipation note, or TAN, and are in a strong position to plan strategically for the ramp down of CARES spending over the next few fiscal years. The next 2 slides provide an update on the FY 2022 school budget leveling process and some budget adjustments that will go along with that. We level school budgets for many reasons. Enrollment projections used to build the school budget allotments are developed very early in the budget process. They don't always reflect exactly the number of students that show up at the beginning of the school year. To ensure that every school is still funded in a way that maintains the integrity of the district's initial equity allotments, we must true up funding. Sometimes that also means moving staff within or between buildings. However, leveling is not designed as a money-making process. It is designed to maintain the equitable allocation of our SSF program. And this year, leveling is also being utilized to fund the expansion of AVA, which you will hear about later. Our leveling process this year focused on stability and developing solutions and strategies to mitigate the impact of the enrollment swings. Projected enrollment for traditional SSF-funded schools was 37,395 students. Actual 25th day enrollment was 1,730 students less than projected at 35,665. Schools enrollment fluctuated from 24% less than projected to 7% greater than projected. SSF losses due to enrollment declines are being offset through school reserves, 50% of unspent FY 2021 non-personnel carryover, the release of Title I holdback, carryover of FY 2021 Title I allocations, a per pupil adjustment to the FY 2022 Title I allotment, and in some cases, CARES funds. While some schools may still experience loss, most schools will receive a substantial increase in their FY 2022 allotments. While we're working with schools to identify any immediate needs because of this large increase in allocations, the budget team is working closely with academics and the Innovation Office to create a list of best practices, guardrails, and investments aligned to specific school needs. As mentioned, many of the offsets to leveling will require budget adjustments. The adjustments to school budgets include an increase from fund balance to prior year FY 2021 carryover of $3.2 million, an additional allocation in Title I of $1.3 million, the partial release of Title I carryover in the amount of $2 million, and a release of Title I holdback in the amount of $1.6 million. Other adjustments to revenue and expenditures for the Consolidated General Fund include an increase to the GRASP state grant of $158,250, an increase to the Feminine Hygiene grant of $23,360, and finally, an increase to Title for 21st Century of $304,411. Special revenue adjustments include a decrease to the pre-K lottery budget of $1 million. This is a correction to the budget authority and does not represent a change in pre-K offerings or impact the pre-K program. A decrease to CARES equitable services of $1 million and an increase to CARES 2 of $2.3 million to true up for actual spend in the previous fiscal year. Additional details can be found in Agenda Item 6.01. Agenda Item 8.5 includes the detailed information report for special revenue of adjustments less than $1 million that have occurred in September. My final section moves us to the future. with a discussion of the FY 2023 budget timeline and parameters development process. This slide walks us through the FY 2023 budget development process as laid out through our Budget Commission schedule. In October, we align on the budget development timeline and potential challenges and recommended changes for the FY 2023 budget year. We'll draft resource and expenditure parameters as well. In November, we will finalize the FY 2023 parameters and review the SSF recommendations. December, we will plan to review revenue and expenditure assumptions and align on recommendations for SSF and discuss changes for the FY 2023 budget process for our departments. In January, we will do a deep dive in the revenue assumptions and provide a budget process update. In February, we will present the draft budget primer, provide a legislative update, and discuss the compensation strategy. In March, we will continue to discuss revenue projections against expenditures and begin the inevitable gap closing conversations. In April, we continue gap closing conversations and present the non-general fund budget presentation and the recommendation for tentative adoption. Finally, in May, we will discuss any changes between the tentative and final recommendations and conduct our regional meetings. The first step for the budget process for APS is to align on resource and expenditure parameters. Budget parameters guide budget development, including revenue assumptions, fund balance targets, and expenditure goals. They identify process and presentation recommendations that provide transparency in leaking goals, outcomes, and district spending plans. They can also develop monitoring procedures that hold the district accountable for executing the budget plan. Parameters should focus on deeper investments and specific priorities instead of distributing funds over too many disparate priorities, and they should always align to the mission, vision, strategy, and operation model of the district. Our first step in developing these parameters for FY 2023 will occur at the first Budget Commission meeting of the year, which is scheduled for October 21st. And that will conclude my presentation. I can take any questions you may have.
We have Nancy, then Cynthia.
Hey there. I just wanted to say, Lisa, thank you so much. It's been a long road. I've been on the Budget Commission before, but not having a TAM this year is phenomenal. And everybody that's worked so hard in your department, just know you're very appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will second that, not only for NOTAN, but for not only not using fund balance this year, but restoring fund balance, because that will allow us to continue to be financially healthy and financially secure, and allow us to continue offering a wide range of courses and services and supports to our kids, no matter what the economy does. Like Nancy, I've lived through a recession and understand how important that fund balance is to making sure that we don't have to cut services every time the economy dips. So thank you very much, and this is great news.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board?
If I may, Chairman Estevez, just echoing the appreciation to our finance department under our Chief Financial Officer, Bracken's leadership. We've had so many changes over the last year and a half, and for us to still be able to sustain well, I think is noteworthy, just from an internal perspective. So thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
All.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. Well, not necessarily. Oh.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Lisa.
Sorry,
Lisa.
Ishay.
I just looked at, because I know that around this time of the year, the conversation around leveling is so key. Sure. Is always a testy one around this time of the year. But just looking at some of the offset and the way you guys are going to do things differently, is it possible, like in our next monthly financial report, or in our next board meeting, just get an update of how the process is going this year with leveling after the principals meeting, just based on
knowing that a lot of times traditionally it's been
Sent you a text
that
message
testing
yesterday. I
part
had
of just
emailed
the
her.
process of having to give or, give or get.
Sure. I can give a brief overview without too many details. So we did, some of the steps that we took this year, we postponed the leveling process to the 25th day of school, which got us after Labor Day because we did see a lot of enrollment coming in steadily from the first day of school until Labor Day. So that was one of the steps we took. The other step that we took early in the budget planning process is we allowed schools to weigh in on their enrollment projections. So schools had the opportunity to either choose a more optimistic enrollment or a more conservative enrollment. And so for those schools that chose a conservative enrollment, we had kind of one way of walking them through the leveling process. For those schools that were more optimistic, we also worked with them to do things like set aside additional reserves and freeze positions. So they were in a process to be able to support the leveling process because of their planning on the front end. And then, of course, as we were going through this process, we worked very closely with our partners in the Federal Programs Office, very thankful for their support, and thinking strategically about how to leverage those title dollars and the CARES funds to be able to fill gaps, keeping stability of schools at the foremost of what we're doing as we're getting our general funds back in alignment with our formulas. So it was very collaborative and it was a good process. But all that saying, we are giving schools additional dollars and we are excited about working with them on the front end as they're reviewing their data at the October's principals meeting and aligning those new dollars with their strategies and their needs. So instead of just dumping the dollars back out there, we're really being intentional as how we push them out, especially seeing the underspend last year. We want to make sure that we're on the front end, aligning those dollars with targeted strategies, knowing when we're going to spend them. And so at the end of the year, it's a good thing to grow fund balance. We want to do that intentionally, though. We want to make sure that the dollars we're allotting are getting spent in the current year also.
Right.
So
Sounds good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
awesome.
Thank you, Ms. Bracken. And for our final presentation 2.4, COVID-19 and reopening updates, Dr. Katika Lovett, Assistant Superintendent for Student Services, and Dr. Aaliyah Henderson-Rosser, Assistant Superintendent for Instructional Technology. We are ready for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, Dr. Herring, Chairman Estevez, Co-Chair Collins, and members of the Board of Education. I'm very excited to share with you, as always, our health services updates. Here you have our purpose. Today, we're simply going to be talking about some upcoming vaccination events, the district's COVID-19 testing strategy, including surveillance testing numbers. I'm going to talk a little bit more about those numbers, and I'll end with talking more about the events that are upcoming. Of course, our takeaway is that we remain committed to being protected together. Here are the testing updates. Of course, we started on September the 7th with our twice weekly mandatory testing for all staff across all schools and district offices. That testing takes place between 3 and 4 days apart. We have had staff who have religious and medical exemptions to also present with us their opportunity to turn in those exemptions. We've had about 30 staff members who have exempted out of surveillance testing, but for the most part, we have had great participation. Now, during the month of September, we have gathered employees' vaccination status, and that is for the purpose of launching our paid incentive program, which is set to start this month. We are very excited about the paid leave incentive program. And for that program, employees who are fully vaccinated or exempted and who consistently participate in their surveillance testing are eligible for up to 2 weeks of paid leave if they are quarantined or if they contract COVID-19. And so we're very excited about being able to offer that incentive. So digging a little deeper into the numbers, here you have our surveillance testing starting with the beginning of the school year on 8/2. And I want to just point out here, these are the actual numbers of tests that are administered. So you'll see the left column, staff test administered. You'll also see student test administered. So this represents how many actual tests. It does not represent the number of individuals. So that is very important to note. But you can see starting at the beginning of the year, we were right around the thousands. We started a little bit over 1,000, and we are now well over 12,000 for both staff and for students. We are very proud of that number. We are administering about 25,000 tests per week here in the district. The beautiful thing about that, when you look at the numbers of tests that we are administering, we're also starting to see our positivity rate actually be lower for the number of tests that we are administering. So that is a very, very exciting number to see. We're actually seeing that with more tests being administered, we're having fewer positives. So that is very much something to celebrate here in the district. Another way of looking at the information, here's the positivity rates over time. Now, this actually goes back to February when we started our surveillance testing program. You can see on the left-hand side, without going too deep into this chart, I know it's very tiny here, but we had about 6% at that time in terms of a positivity rate. When we got to September, we saw those numbers skyrocket. We almost hit about 12% or more there, but you can see those numbers are dropping off now that we have now passed September, but in the month of September, you started to see the numbers come back down. And again, if you recall, the numbers rose in terms of how many people were getting the test, and then the positivity rate started to decline. So again, some very important information, but numbers that we are happy to celebrate here in the district that tells us that our mitigation strategies are working. All right, speaking of mitigation strategies, here's another very important piece that I'm happy to share. We are continuing our partnership with the Fulton County Board of Health, and we are going to be offering some vaccination incentives. We will be hosting targeted vaccination events in 4 clusters: Carver, South Atlanta, Washington, and Douglas. Now, it's important to note those clusters were chosen for a very specific reason. We looked at the low vaccination participation rate. We had an opportunity not only to look at that information from within the school district, but also within the community working with Fulton County Board of Health, and also that high social vulnerability index. And that information refers to the potential negative effects on communities caused by external stresses on human health. And that's things like SES, or socioeconomic status, household composition, disability, minority status and language, household, and transportation. So again, we wanted to target clusters that really needed the help, and we did come up with these 4 clusters, and we're excited to move forward with these events. So the event dates, locations, and times are listed here. You'll see starting October the 23rd, we're looking at the first dose, and November the 13th for the second dose at Washington and South Atlanta high schools. Those events are from 10 to 2, and October the 30th and November 20th for the first and second dose for Carver and for Douglas. The really neat thing about the partnership, those people who participate will be provided a $50 gift card per vaccine, and that's for eligible students and family members who are receiving their first and or second vaccine dose, up to 100 incentives per location. And APS has committed to matching that $50 gift card per vaccine for eligible students. So we're really trying to encourage our students to take advantage of the vaccine opportunity as well. Unfortunately, we can't match it for families, but we will be matching that for our students to really encourage them to also take advantage of the vaccine opportunity. And we are working with our communications team to push out some targeted communication actually this week. And I have come to the end of my presentation. I will take your questions at this time. Okay. All right.
Well, hold on. Don't look at Leslie. Leslie doesn't. Anyone online? Cynthia, Nancy.
All right.
Okay.
I think that's the first. Thank you. Thank you.
I will say that I think it's great that we have the incentives. I think it's good that we have both incentives on the staff and the student side. I look forward to seeing the results of the student effort. I also want to encourage people to get the vaccine and to do the testing. It's great to see the testing going up. I do believe strongly around the country that a mandate will be extremely helpful to actually getting us out of the pandemic. The governor just last week warned that we should expect in Georgia another wave after the start of the holidays. So as a school system, we should be anticipating that because we are right here in Georgia. Fortunately, we did not see the spike that rural and suburban Georgia saw, but nonetheless, we saw a spike. And I think as a school system, we have to prepare and do all that we can to avoid people ending up in hospitals or in a funeral home. Thank you.
Chairman Estevez, as Dr. Henderson Rosser approaches, and Dr. Lovett, before you take your seat, if I may, just acknowledge the coordination of the logistics, the weekly, day-to-day accuracy that occurs in our organization relative to surveillance testing does bring to our attention the need to acknowledge both Doctors Lovett, Dr. Hildreth, Viral Solutions. The fact that APS has still not pivoted to do a full shutdown of any of our traditional schools through this process was not a small and is not a small task, and one in which we are still constantly asked about our protocol. I just want to take this opportunity to appreciate the leadership, the strategy, and the logistics and what this means for Atlanta Public Schools. I don't think we emphasize that, or I emphasize that enough. And just want to also express the appreciation, but also the well-being end result of this. So thank you. The next we have Dr. Henderson Rosser with our Atlanta Virtual Academy update. Dr. Henderson Rosser.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Estevez, Vice Chair Collins, Atlanta Board of Education members, and Superintendent Herring. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview and update on Atlanta Virtual Academy. I will share an overview of the AVA program, share current numbers for the fall semester 2021 with the breakdown by grade level, as well as a review of the enrollment timeline and lottery process. Additionally, I will share our APS communication plan and discuss our next steps. Atlanta Virtual Academy is a fully accredited online program that is currently housed at Bethune Elementary School. It's available for students in elementary, middle, and high school. We offer a complete comprehensive curriculum with core content classes, world language classes, elementary specials, health PE, and CTAE. The current AVA full-time staff includes 33 teachers, an academic support specialist, 2 counselors, and 3 administrators. Here are our instructional models. For 612, it includes AVA Flex and AVA Direct. Our Flex model includes an instructor for every student with live virtual sessions from a teacher, and a student can access content 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This works well for students who would like a little more flexibility than a fully scheduled day. The AVA Direct model for K-12 is live, real-time, synchronous instruction, and students follow a schedule for the day. In addition to our AVA full-time program, other options include initial credit for students who just need a course or 2 to complete their traditional schedule. This also works well for students who may want to accelerate. A credit recovery option exists to award credits to students who are credit deficient and need to catch up to meet graduation requirements. We also have our lesson and unit recovery program. We collaborate with high schools across the district to ensure that students have opportunities to prevent any failing grades at the end of the term. In the next few slides, I will break down our current enrollment numbers. For our AVA Junior full-time program, we currently have 195 students enrolled. In our AVA 612 full-time program, we currently are servicing 574 students. You can see the charts there for the grade level breakdown. Here, you will see the timeline for the new AVA enrollment window. We are very intentional on planning what is required to ensure a smooth reopening. Each month, there are targets to meet to accomplish this goal. We're working on hiring staff, holding IEP meetings, finalizing our master schedule, ordering instructional materials and technology for staff and students. Now, our application window opened on September 15th. It will remain open until October 22nd. As of Friday, October 1st, at 10 a.m., we had 1,649 applications. I want to pause here and make sure to emphasize our goal is to accommodate all applications on the list and ensure that every student who has applied for AVA will be admitted. If we are able to secure enough staff to meet the need of all the applicants, a lottery process will not be necessary. But if we have a limited number of staff, APS will launch a lottery on November 5th. Parents will receive notification on November 9th if they earn a seat, but we will also start a wait list and continue to recruit teachers to make more seats available. We want to ensure that our community has several ways to learn about AVA. There are weekly meetings on Wednesday evenings at 6 p.m. and at 8 p.m. This gives parents an overview of the program and expectations. Now, our next steps in the planning process include working with human resources on a really vital recruitment strategy for our teachers to support the reopening, as well as proactively working with those interested families who have IEPs and 504 plans. We want to conduct these meetings and create a roadmap of support for each of those students. Mr. Chair and members of the board, Superintendent Herring, this concludes my presentation, and at this time, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Dr. Henderson-Rosser? Retta?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I just would like for you to talk through if a student is enrolled in Atlanta Virtual Academy as a high school student and they're a senior, just how does that relate back to their zone school, the ABA and their zone school? What does that relationship look like?
So you have two enrollment lines in AVA. You're an AVA student and you're coming from Jackson High School. You are still enrolled at Jackson, but you're also enrolled in AVA because we're not a school, we're a program. Mm-hmm.
Just two things. I know, just a technical piece in regards to the draft being on here, because I'm quite sure some people are going to access it. Just so there's no issues of it being a final point. Could we repost it?
I've directed them already.
Perfect.
It's already happening real time. Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good. Thank you, because I just know
Look at
community
that.
members may be, and then because it goes to my second question in regards to if are you guys anticipating any pushbacks or questions about the lottery process? You know, if that would be the case. I know one question I raised, if there was issues with the lottery process, was there any consideration to allocate seats for students with with the most need, like if it are children with special needs or our youngest learners or that population? Just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, we follow what the lottery process is right now in student assignments.
Okay.
And we made some priorities. Now, of course, anybody with a 504 IEP, we're conducting those meetings now, so we can make sure that we can support that student. We don't have a priority for outside of that. Our medically fragile students, though, we are accepting them right now as we speak.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Just want some clarity on that. Appreciate
Sure.
it.
And if I could just clarify, Board Member Vice Chair Collins, we are replacing that inside of Assembly now. So we should I don't know if it has or has not been replaced just yet, but we're in the process of that. Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think my only comment is I do want to emphasize, and I appreciate you, Dr. Henderson-Rosser, for pointing this out, but I think it would be unfortunate if we have to have a lottery for any one of the students that request it. If they are requesting this service, we should be, or this program, we should be providing it, particularly because of the trajectory of the pandemic and how it is truly not ended. So I certainly want to make sure that as a school system, we are doing all that we can and pulling all stops to make sure that every single one of those students that applied are able to enroll, although I anticipate that some of those numbers will drop once they get an actual invitation to enroll. But I just want to make sure that the lottery is not even one, that it is everyone who needs it, who wants it, can get into it.
Absolutely.
And if I may, Chairman Estevez and Vice Chair Collins, and we have engaged in the considerations to that extent, and hopeful to not be in that regard, but also receive that as a part of the preparation moving forward. Dr. Henderson Rosser, could you speak to teacher availability?
Yeah.
Can you
right, big sigh. I'll just use our current AVA situation. We still have about 5 vacancies from the summer. So working with HR has, they understand the fact that we may not be able to have a lot of teachers just as we're posting jobs. They understand that the recruitment strategy is going to be vital. We're going to have to do some specialized recruiting. I'm already asking friends and family, do you know anybody who wants to teach? Because right now, school districts have hired. They've staffed their schools. We don't take other teachers from other districts in the metro area. So we are just really dependent on who will apply for these positions. But we want to be real strategic in working to make sure that we've got a really strong recruitment process. We're going to do some virtual recruiting, any way that we can get someone in that may be interested in supporting our students. So it's going to be a mammoth task, but we're up for the challenge.
Thank you.
Loretta?
I have a question just coming from what you said on the recruitment. Does that mean then that our strategy, I don't know what our requirements are with this being virtual, are we open then to casting a net wider than teachers in Atlanta?
I'm going to let this guy here, I don't know if he's here. I was going to let someone from HR talk through that strategy. I haven't heard that yet.
Okay, just throwing that out there. It's virtual. We have a need for teachers. We don't want to take from our metro area.
Right.
I know it is important that our teachers kind of understand and know our community, but I also just was curious if that was an option.
Yes. Our chief HR officer is not physically with us today, but is connected. We always recruit nationally, and national recruitment is a part of this effort as well.
Sky just texted and said, yes, we recruit nationally.
You just got it? Yeah.
I just got the text. Great.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Henderson Rosser. I did have a follow-up question for Dr. Lovett, although I don't think she's here, but Dr. Hildreth? No? And it was more about planning a bug to make sure that we're doing this, but the Pfizer has applied for emergency use authorization for 5 to 11-year-olds. We anticipate that will be granted by the end of October. Is there any planning for events at the elementary school level?
Good evening, and thank you for that question. So yes, as we plan our vaccination efforts, we are considering offering those vaccines available, once those vaccines are available, offering those vaccines, of course, with parental consent for our eligible population once it expands to 5 to 11.
So would it be like school drives, vaccination drives like we see with the middle schools and high schools?
We have to work with Fulton County to work out the logistics, but that's pretty much what we're looking to just expand what we already have and push it out to those grade levels.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairman Estevez, this concludes our presentations at this time.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Herring. I believe there is need to go into executive session.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is.
Can I get a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And by the way, that motion was made by Ishay Collins, seconded by Retta Baldwin. Thank you.
testing. Let's see. All right. Yeah, we're. Yeah. You get anything? Test one, testing, test one, testing, test. Huh. All right. Yeah, that's supposed to be coming through there. Yeah. Okay, let me, yeah. All right. Okay, test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay, I'm gonna make some changes. Hold on. Testing. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. Test 1. Okay, still not getting. Okay. Huh. Strange. Strange that that's not getting out. Huh. Okay. Test 1, 2. Let's see. Uh-huh. Huh. All right, audio test, audio test, audio test, audio test. I'm sure you heard it that time. Yeah. Audio test. Audio test. Yeah, I can turn it down some. Okay, yeah. Audio test. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Audio test. Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. No problem.
Good evening. Just want to give you guys a heads up. We're still in executive session right now. It shouldn't be too much longer, but just wanted to make sure, want to be respectful of your time. For our speakers, if you're touching the mic, we do have some sanitation wipes located at the podium. Please wipe the mic now and throw it in the trash can. Just want to make sure that we keep everyone safe. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Executive session has ended, and we will be resuming the regular meeting of the Atlanta Board of Education. If you give me a second. Before our community meeting tonight, we have a special recognition, so we want to make sure that our tech team is ready for that. Want to test the sound? Cynthia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. Thank you very much.
Great. And good evening again, everyone. I'd like to start off our community meeting with a special recognition by Board Member Erica Mitchell, who will recognize 40 girls in some shoes. Erica?
Thank you. Tonight I want to recognize a community servant that has 10 years plus in helping the students and families in our district. 40 Girls in Some Shoes is a Georgia-based charity outreach program servicing homeless and impoverished citizens of the city of Atlanta and surrounding communities. Founded by Sylvia Webb, the organization's primary mission is to collect and distribution of newly gently worn shoes for women, men, and children, provided by its many generous supporters. Through a vast network of partnerships and associations formed over the past 10 years, 40 Girls in Some Shoes have provided over 35,000 pair of free shoes to these underserved groups since it was inception. This has been accomplished through a number of shoe drives and annual charities events, which bring together leaders of the city, other organizations aimed at serving the homeless community, and individuals who want to do their part to support this great cause. And additionally, recognizing the impact of the economic downturn in our country, 40 Girls in Some Shoes stepped up its efforts and also met the demands of unemployment and underemployed, some whom are at risk of becoming homeless. I'm glad to announce that 40 Girls in Some Shoes, we're partnered with Donors Choose to donate $1,000 to teacher projects for District 5 schools. So join me as we watch the founder of 40 Girls in Some Shoes, Miss Sylvia Webb, and her initiative and passion for our community.
I'm Sylvia Webb, founder and executive director of 40 Girls and Some Shoes. 40 Girls in Some Shoes is a nonprofit organization located here in Atlanta, Georgia. We collect and distributed new and gently worn shoes for the homeless and low-income, underserved community of Georgia. I'm so passionate about it, and I thank each and every one of my supporters and donors for all that they do to help me in this journey. I have had parents walk up to me, even to this day, that I've given back to over the years. It makes me feel really good to know that by me making things a little easier on them, by just giving their children and often themselves a pair of shoes, that it really changed their lives. When I look back 10 years ago from collecting 300 pair of shoes in a few days to now collecting over 35,000 pair of shoes, if I can do something so small that would make such a huge impact on society, imagine what all of us could do.
Thank you, Sylvia Webb. Could you please join us?
Thank you again, Ms. Webb, for all that you do, and thank you, Erica Mitchell, for bringing to light that wonderful organization. Now let's proceed with the community meeting. Mr. Gaither is ready. We need the guidelines for the community meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. In just a few moments, the board will begin hearing from those who signed up to speak by 5:50 p.m. The board welcomes your comments, but before we get started, please take note of the following guidelines on how public comment is conducted. The board has allocated 1 hour for public comment, and each speaker will only be allowed to speak once for a total of 2 minutes. The board may elect to hear community comments in any order or sequence, and is not limited by the order of the sign-up sheets. All speakers presenting highly detailed information are asked to put their comments in writing, and comment cards are available for those wishing to do so. In order to maintain meeting decorum, follow appropriate protocols, protect the confidentiality of students, and ensure impartiality, the board will not hear comments on matters involving individual students, parents, or the character, professional competency of the physical or mental health of any individual. Also, the board will not hear public comment on personnel matters that specifically include the names or titles of employees. This includes, but is not limited to, contract non-renewals, position abolishment, the hiring or firing of staff, and investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct. Comments regarding personnel issues should be sent in writing to Atlanta Board of Education, 130 Trinity Avenue, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, or via email at boardcomments@atlantapublicschools.us. Finally, in order to maintain meeting decorum and to ensure all comments can be heard by the board, applause, cheering, jeering, or speech that defames individuals or disrupts the meeting should be refrained from and may be cause for removal, adjournment of the meeting, and/or suspension from attending future Atlanta Board of Education events, hearings, meetings, and other proceedings. With that said, I would like to call our first speaker, Blake Williams, for 2 minutes. Blake, can you hear us?
I can.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment regarding the planned the planned 4-5 academy. I have a student who's at Mary Lynn Elementary School and in first grade, and 2 more that'll be in kindergarten next year. And we just learned recently about the plan to transition students in 4th grade and 5th grade to the current Inman Middle School location. And I'm just like extremely concerned about this happening as quickly as it's happening and just disrupting the elementary school experience for students, not only at Mary Lynn, but Hope Hill and Morningside and Springdale. And I just want to encourage the board to strongly consider not voting in favor of this when it comes up in December. I feel like a transition to middle school is a pretty intense thing for kids to go through, and to do that 2 years before middle school, before they're going to middle school, and then have 2 years in this other school experience is going to be a really negative experience for all of the students. And also, the main factor that all the parents seem to be concerned with being walkability. Currently we walk and ride our bike to school, to our neighborhood school at Mary Lynn, and this will be taking that away. And I'm just very concerned about that, and I encourage the board to vote against it in December. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for 2 minutes is Tanaya Weismer. Ms. Weismer?
Thank you.
Can you hear
Our
me?
next 2 minutes is Tanaya Weismer.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Weismer?
It's Miss Wismer.
Thank you.
Miss
Sorry.
Wismer. That's okay.
The
Yes,
2
I can hear.
minutes is Tanaya Weismer.
Good evening. Okay, so I'm speaking as a APS employee, but mostly as an APS parent. So I come to this issue from both sides. I am extremely concerned with the transportation issues. As a parent, on multiple occasions, my child has been left at a bus stop in the mornings. She's a middle school student, left at a bus stop for over 2 hours, no notification sent via the Here Comes the Bus app, anything from the school, anything from transportation. When I call transportation, I leave messages. They're not returned. When I call the school to talk about it, they tell me to call transportation, or they tell me there's a bus driver shortage, which I do understand, but communication is key. Communication is key. I also have a child at North Atlanta who has been left at school waiting on a bus, and another bus came around and told her, well, just hop on this bus. We'll take all the kids that live in your neighborhood. This is not safe. The straw that broke the camel's back for me was this previous Friday. My child is at the 6th grade Sutton campus. She got on a bus, came to the 7th and 8th grade campus, was told to get off of a bus. I was not notified that this happened. She was scheduled to go to the Sutton 6th grade campus parent picnic, and I only found out at 5:45 that she had not made it home because the parent that was taking them to the picnic texted me to say, hey, they haven't come home yet. They're stuck at that campus. This is not okay. As a public school teacher and someone who's been in this business for 23 years, the bare minimum we can do for parents,
I'm
since
sorry, Ms. Wismer, we've reached the time
children are
boundary.
required to matriculate in public schools if they cannot afford to go to private schools or be.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wismer, we reached the time boundary. If you could, please submit the rest of your comments in writing, and we'll make sure that the full board and the administration is aware. Our next speaker for 2 minutes will be Tony Moore. Mr. Moore, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Great. So thank you to the board being proactive to address the equity and overcrowding of the Midtown Cluster's elementary schools. At this time, I'd like to strongly encourage, or beg you, quite honestly, to factor in the social and emotional well-being of parents, children, and the community at large. We are just coming out of a very difficult period of homeschooling, virtual learning, pods, etc. Families and our school teachers and administrators honestly just need a minute to breathe before facing another change as significant as rezoning, reschooling. And my business, chemistry, is a driver. I love to see things get done. However, at this time, I'm honestly begging you to hold off on any decision-making that's going to cause unneeded stress and potentially divide our communities right now within the cluster. It's just not what we need. I think that families, teachers, and administration would agree that it'd be amazing to let us collectively slow down, spend some time working with the community, and enjoy a sense of normalcy again. And I think that within a year, we can have some direct stakeholder engagement. We can build stronger relationships across schools. We can map out routes and address some of those transfer tissue issues that were just raised by Ms. Weisner, and do some really comprehensive planning to develop a PTA or foundation for any new schools. So with that said, I am confident APS can come up with an amazing and creative solution for these problems of crowding and equity in front of us, but let's treat this like a marathon and not a sprint, and use a year, a solid year, just to work with the community on solutions that really fit all of our needs. So I'll relinquish the rest of my time for someone else.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Crystal Jeffrey for 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board. Again, I am Crystal Jeffrey, Secretary Treasurer of ABOE, Georgia, and a representative of our food service workers. Last month, I appeared before the board to express concerns about the quality or lack thereof of our food service in our schools. Ironically, SFE sent a big shot from their corporate headquarters to address the board and acknowledge, though minimize, the plot of our cafeterias. I believe he introduced himself as the resident operating officer, made a lot of promises. We find his presentation to be window dressing. Even though several of his employees sat just feet away from him, and even though many came to the podium to share their experience and the hurt felt by our students, he didn't even bother to come over to introduce himself, much less express his concerns regarding their experience. In truth, he didn't see them, he saw through them. They were just the kitchen hands to him. Well, let me tell you, they are mothers and grandmothers, and if the big shots from corporate don't see the humanity in them, they can't see the humanity in the students they serve. Who will stand up for the food service workers? Who will hear their cry? And who will protect our students? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamida Embry for 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board. I am Hamita Embry, the Executive Director of ABOE, Georgia. And most important of all, I am sick and tired of the way our cafeteria workers and the students they serve are being treated. The district has had a lot of academic discussion on equity. Such a discussion rings hollow if we can't even feed our students a decent meal or treat those that are serving the food decently. Now, don't get me wrong. Equity is important, but if we can't achieve decency, we surely will never be able to achieve equity. This district is bending over backwards to keep certain clusters together, building new schools to satisfy certain constituency, repurposing some of facilities to pacify certain neighborhoods. I understand the politics of the process and I understand the power some yield. I am just asking you to use a little of your board's power to make sure our kids are fed and our cafeteria workers are treated with dignity. We have just about given up on the bureaucrats. Too often they conduct studies, engage in sophisticated discussion, provide feel-good reports. I say to you tonight, Our kids are hungry now. And now is the time for the board to act and direct. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Palmer for 2 minutes.
Good evening, everybody, to the board, Dr. Herring, parents, and other stakeholders, including the cafeteria workers who have joined us tonight. My name is Dr. Jennifer Palmer, and I'm an educator, a researcher, and a parent in the Midtown cluster. And I'm here to express my opposition to the APS proposal that would create a 4th and 5th grade academy in the Midtown cluster, drawing from 4 elementary schools. Over 30 years of research has really conclusively demonstrated that school transitions have negative outcomes on both academic achievement and social and emotional learning. School transitions lead to lower scores on standardized tests in reading, mathematics, science, and social studies, so really across the board. And these losses are most pronounced among our most vulnerable students, children of low socioeconomic status, and children with special needs. School transitions are also correlated with lower graduation rates and higher dropout rates, a decline in motivation, performance, and self-esteem, and an increase in behavior problems. Even if these transitions take place at the elementary level, studies have shown that these effects can linger through high school. One recent study looked specifically at 5th grade achievement, and it concludes that the K through 5 or K through 6 configuration is, quote, the optimal school grade configuration for student achievement for 5th graders. And so, because it's best for the children in the Midtown cluster and the district, I urge APS to reverse its recommendation and instead develop a K through 5 program at the Inman site. And I also would like to endorse the concerns of the cafeteria workers who have just spoken.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Paul Benson for 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Great. APS board members and Superintendent Herring, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here tonight to advocate for a viable and community-built strategic plan and planning process unique for Carver Cluster. I've lived in Capitol View since 2003. I've been involved in Carver Cluster since the redistricting in 2012. My son and daughter both attended Perkerson Elementary in the first dual immersion program in APS. In 2016, it was clear there wasn't a well-defined strategic plan and academic pathways for all students in Carver Cluster. We had to leave. I have an 8th grader now, and Carver still isn't ready with programming for him, even though I advocate year after year. Think about that. APS has not been able to create viable programming in Carver for a lifetime of my son's K-12 academic career. That's the legacy of APS is leaving. Many know parts of the story. The Carver Cluster dual immersion program was slowly dissolved without strategic support from the cluster principals and APS. Half the cluster was given the purpose-built to operate, one of the schools to Candaisy to run. 4 schools were left for APS, 3 operators and 3 different visions. There sure aren't pathways in Carver like other clusters, though. I have seen multiple forced and unwise decisions made in our cluster, from making us a career and college-ready cluster to purpose-built choosing STEM and P-TECH this last year. APS is already halfway down the path to another de facto forced decision for Carver. Without a unified strategic plan and implementation schedule, we moved backward for 5 years. We sounded the warning horns in 2016. Hundreds of families with their students left Carver Cluster. Enrollments went down and remain down. I have kids on my street, but they all attend charter schools or schools in other clusters with viable unified programs and plans. We need the board and the superintendent to prioritize Carver Cluster and give us the support we have been desperately asking for. I'm here to ask you to slow down, put a solid team together, hire outside help. We need it. Do a full audit of our programs, engage the community immediately in building a sustainable strategic
Mr. Benson,
plan.
thank you. We've reached a time boundary. If you could, please submit the rest of your comments in writing, and we'll make sure that the board and the administration receives it. Our next speaker will be Mary Palmer for 2 minutes. Ms. Palmer?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. In the midst of this pandemic and all that is going on, so much going on in APS, it would be really great if you guys would reconsider and add an additional minute to us to speak, because there's so much to speak on. But tonight, let me speak on two things. Number one would be the guardrails, and number two would be equity. You should delay, the board should delay their vote tonight or on the second read or the vote on the guardrails. For one thing, you are creating what I call the perfect storm for the high impact intervention that we do not want to see the schools get to the point of occurring, especially in the south and in the west side of town. These schools are positioned for the perfect storm of you bringing in all the options that are listed in Guardrail 4. Guardrail 2 specifically talk about you all creating, that the superintendent should be creating a strategy for parent engagement, when that is really obviously the job of the board. Equity wise, you guys are taking care of North Atlanta. Guardrails will not impact North Atlanta, Midtown, North Jackson, but they will impact the schools on the south and the west side of town. That brings it to an equity issue. Today, I listened to your committee of a whole presentations, which were very long. Your signature programs, you had four clusters that had the IB program. It's ironic that your two Black clusters did not have the diploma program as brought up by Ms. Briscoe Brown. Rather, they only had the career path. That's an equity issue and a big issue. And we could go into details about what's going on in those two clusters, especially the maize cluster. The other thing that I noticed is that the presentations of the SPLOS and the budget
I'm sorry, Ms.
presentation.
Palmer, we reached the time boundary. If you could, please submit the rest of your comments in writing. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Don Brockington Shaw. And don't see you in the queue, but we'll try this. Is this Don Brockington Shaw? All right. Our next speaker will be Brent Furco for 2 minutes, followed by Valerie Williams for 2 minutes. And Ms. Williams, if you can make your way up to the front. Thank you.
He is a hero, a parent. He is a hero, a parent to a kindergartner at Morningside Elementary, and my friend. His letter. Dear APS Board, I am a product of the APS school system. Respectfully, I am appalled by the recommendation to create a 4th and 5th academy at Inman. I have 4 reasons. First, you surveyed the parents and you found walkability was the single biggest priority of parents. Yet the option you are recommending is the single least walkable option. I feel our priorities will be completely disregarded. Second, your stated reason for this is academics. Yet there is bountiful academic research that shows that split schools are actually detrimental for childhood academics. Further, it has been brought to my attention that APS previously concluded this in 2017 and yet didn't bring that finding in the public Zoom meeting last week. Third, the initial recommendation does not solve the capacity problem, which is the sole reason we are doing this. Your own data shows that the 4th, 5th Academy will itself be overcrowded in 5 years. This is not a long-term solution. Fourth, stakeholders at Hope Hill, which serves the most underprivileged children in our cluster, wrote you a letter saying, quote, "We do not think a 4-5 Academy as presented would be in the best interest of Hope Hill students," end quote. This letter was signed by the PTA, their foundation, their GO team, and others. Why was their opinion disregarded? On a personal note, I love living in a small community in a big city. The K-5 elementary is the center of the lives of both parents and children. Doing anything to break that up is to hurt communities. I ask that you do what is in the best interest for the children and keep all the Midtown elementary schools K-5. Best regards, Dr. John Limehouse.
Our next speaker will be Valerie Williams for 2 minutes, followed by Monique Nunnally. Ms. Nunnally, if you will make your way up to the front. Thank you.
I'm Valerie Williams, the president of the Atlanta Alumni Association of the Booker T. Washington High School. To you, the board, and to you, Dr. Herring, on behalf of my community, I am here today to subpoena your conscience concerning the punitive timeline language and the guardrails, and to ask you all, if not you, then who? We're asking for genuine equality. This board has committed itself to the installment of equality for the children of the South and West Side. If not you, then who? You want to pimp us out during election seasons, but disregard us when election season is over. If not you, then who? It's much easier to close and merge schools than to give us the resources and due diligence needed to succeed. If not you, then who? It's much easier to put in place systemic policies for failure than to write policies that would change the course of generations for Black communities. If not you, then who? It's much easier to cut a ribbon to an equity office than to truly be equitable. If not you, then who? While we understand that we are not the 64% tax base guarantees us the political clout to affect change in our neighborhoods through our board members, we are still your constituents. If not us, if not you, then who? Dr. Martin Luther King once said that you can't thingify a thing without depersonalizing that something. You see, you all continually to depersonalize a segment of your constituents. APS for years has rendered my community impotent from lack of resources, programming, leadership, and the basic tools to be successful. If not you, then who? So when you put punitive guardrails in, such as the ones that are being voted on tonight, it is cruel justice to ask a bootless man to lift himself up by his bootstraps when you have left him bootless. We ask that you pull this guardrail from the agenda so that we can have more vigorous cohesive information about this guardrail. If not you, then who?
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams. Our next speaker is Monique Nunnally, followed by Margaret Stagmeyer. Ms. Stagmeyer, if you will make your way up to the front. Thank you. Ms. Nunnally, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, board members. Thank you so much for giving me this space and time today. I stand here before you as a humble servant in the NPUI Education Committee Chair and a proud former teacher of students at Carver High School in the Carver cluster. I hopefully will eventually be a future APS parent, depending on decisions we make here. As you vote today for the East Blast, I want to make some notes about our decisions. Almost half of the $1.7 billion in East Blast funds in the past 20 years have gone primarily to 3 clusters: North Atlanta, Midtown, and Jackson. These clusters are home to our city's wealthiest zip codes. And as I stand here before you today, there is continuous discussion on the agenda for more funding to go towards these clusters, while the remaining 6 clusters south of I-20 are experiencing enrollment decline in worse conditions in their building. And now, without much investment again for our students to return to school, our children are enduring a global pandemic with a respiratory-based virus, but must walk in a gym that does not have proper ventilation, airflow, and possibly what seems to be some type of black mold or something on the ceiling. No, the facility assessment is wrong. Our students tweeted and posted this to their social media. So no, our facility isn't good. Our children have to wonder if the floors will fall from underneath their feet, or will the ceiling fall or cave in on them in our auditorium in our oldest historic building. I read the report, and these ceilings cannot wait to 2025. Carver cannot wait another East Blast without being on this project list today. I know some people said, hey, we can put it on anytime. It can wait. When you need it, we'll get you. I talked to y'all. However, I just want to say this again. Almost half of the $1.7 billion over the past 20 years have went to the wealthiest zip codes. Carver, can't wait.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Stagmeyer for 2 minutes, followed by Don Brockington Shaw for 2 minutes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Margie Stagmeyers, and I'm a founder partner of TriStar Real Estate. I am an affordable housing landlord. I have owned and managed over 3,000 units in Atlanta. And in the last couple years, I've developed a model called Edu Housing, where I specifically target large blighted apartment communities near low-performing schools, and I use affordable housing to help turn schools around. The way that we do that is we feel like by creating affordable housing communities of choice that we can reduce transiency, and that's our goal. So we currently do have a partnership with Atlanta Public Schools. We have 244 units off of Cleveland Avenue, and we've partnered with Cleveland Avenue Elementary. I'm a huge fan of Principal Payne, and we've had a lot of success there, not only reducing transiency for the families living in our apartment community, but they actually outperformed their peers on the last Georgia milestone. So we're very proud of that. On the horizon, Tyler Perry has selected us to be the developer on 25 acres of his old studio, not his current one, his old one. And our partner school is Continental Colony. We're thrilled to be working with Continental Colony, Atlanta Housing, and Invest Atlanta. We're going to be building 480 units. Our rents will start at $700 a month. And we are designing the after-school summer camps and community services in partnership with APS and Continental Colony. In 2017, I was asked by APS to serve on your excess inventory board. And I know there was 28 parcels. What do we need to do to get access to these parcels so we can start developing edu housing models where we offer rents around $700? We would give APS employees first rights, and just working with the local elementary schools. I've started the process of purchasing one site, but it got derailed. APS gave us an appraisal, but then it got derailed. So anyway, that's why I'm here, to just see if we can start developing some of these parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Don Brockington Shaw for 2 minutes. Michelle?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I acknowledge that we are at the tail end of a pandemic that has presented many challenges for Atlanta Public Schools. Before COVID, we, EMT Squared and others, shared the 8 areas of concern for Mays High School with the current board, the past superintendent, and the current superintendent. Unfortunately, we are not seeing improvement. We have documented more of the same behavioristic behavior we have asked to be changed. For example, the curriculum continues to decline. This is evident in class overcrowding into mid-semester, remedial curriculum and honors courses, and loose grading structure. Again, these concerns are not new to this board, specifically to Jason Estevez, Cynthia Briscoe Brown, Erica Mitchell, and Ishay Collins. I will be forwarding the emails that I've shared downtown containing my concerns with the board. But again, we're just asking for them to be taken sincerely and seriously, and then for them to truly be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arisha Glover Peoples, followed by Charmaine Smith. And Ms. Smith, if you can make your way up to the front as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. I am not only a parent of Douglas, I'm an alumnus, and my mother was an alumnus, and so was my father-in-law. I am speaking today on behalf of Douglas. We're in trouble. We're in trouble and we need support. At Douglas, we have 2 sayings. We're all we got, is we're all we need. We also know that Douglas is everywhere, including this board and City Hall, but we're not where we need to be, which is at the school. Excuse me. Recent events have shown me, as a parent, the kids need to see our support. When those kids protested the other day, there was not one fight in the building. Where they tend to have 15 fights per day, there was not one fight. So those kids knew unity at that point. Now it's the time for us to support them, not close them. I know most of our money is going towards these other clusters. I don't have nothing to do with that. I needed to come back to my community. My grandparents have owned 7 homes in that community for 60 years. We pay taxes. They now, even as seniors for the next 5 years, they're paying taxes. I read this guardrail. I think it's ridiculous. but that's just my opinion. I think it needs to be someone to come out and speak to us about this before any vote is done. I know it's lack of support of parents, but I can tell you I'm running full force, working, kids in school, bringing the community back. I was an advocate for the charter schools in my community. I hate that decision I made. I went all on TV, Capitol, thinking that was the best thing for my kids. Was not. I should have left them within my community to get the proper education. So I've taken my youngest from the charter system all the way through 8th grade. We've started 9th grade at Douglas. We can't fix Douglas if we don't bring our own back. I'm back, full force, and all I need is support. If you all support us, I called North Atlanta, I called all the other schools. They were cleaning those buildings for those boys for football. Our building never got clean, and 21 of our boys had COVID.
All right, thank you. Ms. Charmaine Smith, followed by Malaya White. Ms. White, if you make your way up to the front.
Hello, my name is Charmaine Smith. I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Morningside Elementary School. I've always been a huge proponent of public schools. I attended public elementary, middle, and high schools myself and wanted the same for my children. My husband and I selected our home and our neighborhood so that our children could walk to the public elementary school and attend with students who lived nearby so that friendships built in the classroom could be fostered and strengthened through after-school playdates and activities. And this story is not unique to us. There are countless other families in the Morningside neighborhood and throughout the Midtown cluster that have this same exact story. I am deeply concerned that the superintendent's recommendation to make Inman a 4-5 grade academy will greatly hinder the public school system in the Midtown cluster and the accompanying neighborhoods. There are many reasons for this, but I will focus on a few key ones. 1, walkability. When surveyed, walkability was ranked as a top priority by parents. The 4-5 academy is the least walkable option. 2, academics. We were told the 4-5 academy was selected because APS prioritized academics. But we have learned that this model is actually detrimental to the academic success of students. More school transitions have negative impacts on learning and performance. Research shows that students in K-5 or K-6 schools outperform their peers in split elementary schools and have higher standardized test scores. When asked for successful examples of this model, APS directed us to the city schools of Decatur. We looked into this, and while Decatur implemented this 4-5 academy model back in 2004, it has since moved away from it. It is quite concerning to us that the one example cited by APS has actually rejected the model. 3, greater attrition. A highly disruptive move like this with an unproven model that undermines the traditional and coveted K-5 elementary school structure will cause more families to choose private or choose not to move into the Midtown cluster neighborhoods, and all to the detriment of the elementary school communities and to the detriment of the middle school and beyond. Strong schools build strong communities. I, along with many other parents, respectfully request that the recommendation to make Inman a 4-5 academy be withdrawn and that the decision on the future use of the Inman building
All
be
right,
delayed.
thank you. We've reached the time boundary. Thank you. Our next speaker is Malaya White for 2 minutes, followed by Doreen Hari-Irmana for 2 minutes. Mrs. Hari-Irmana, if you can make your way up to the front. Thank you.
My name is Malia White, and I'm a graduating senior at Carver STEAM and a proud member of our robotics team. Sadly, we lost our robotics teacher and our band teacher, and we are severely understaffed and overwhelmed with challenges, but not enough opportunities to grow. The morale that I have right now in our building and with our peers and our teachers is that we are tired and we are empty. Yes, that's partly because of the pandemic and mostly because we've been underfunded for too long. At times it feels chaotic and we're unable to do what we need to do, which is learn. We feel that we have not been given the proper resources to even be successful, as if the district doesn't believe that we deserve success too. We are APS and we deserve equitable treatment and resources. Right now, board members have told us to wait our turn and to improve our school later. But that is why we are in this situation now where our building is falling apart and we cannot wait for later. We need the board to act now. When I go into my gym and I see black mold on the ceiling, I can't wait until later. My asthma can't wait. When I go to League Hall and the ceilings are falling apart and I feel like I might fall through the floor, my life can't wait. As an aspiring scientist, I can't even use the lab and its equipment properly because we don't have enough resources. We can't wait any longer. We demand that you all act now and add upgrades and renovations of Carver High School to the East Blocks project list today. We can't wait.
Thank you. Doreen. Our next speaker will be Ricardo Martinez. If you can make your way up to the front. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Doreen. I am also a graduating senior at Carver STEAM Academy. I want you all to have a small taste of what a day in the life of a student at Carver is like. As I walked through my campus today, I noticed many things that don't make a school look like a school. And for it to look like a school, it needs to look like a safe learning environment. From the mold in our air vents, the walls that are falling apart. There are many, the school is full of many health hazards, and it will put many of our students and staff at risk. There are many things in these buildings that can affect our respiratory systems and make us ill. Our ceilings are falling apart in our gym and auditorium, and our floors are unstable in our oldest building, Leet Hall. Future Carver students deserve better. I stand here before you today to say that our future matters and we deserve better from this board. As I stand in this beautiful space to speak to you, it makes me wonder, why don't I have this? You all get to work in a comfortable and safe environment. Do I and future Carver students not deserve the same too? I'm sure the resounding answer you all are eager to say is that we do, but then prove it. By adding upgrades and renovations to the Carver High School project listed today. We demand more. And also for my people that are in the West and Southern clusters, we are all with you. We will be heard. Okay, I'm standing with all of y'all. We will be heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker will be Ricardo Martinez for 2 minutes, followed by Kimberly Dukes for 2 minutes. Ms. Dukes, if you'll make your way up to the front. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ricardo Miguel Martinez. I'm the Executive Director of LAPS, the Latino Association for Parents of Public Schools. You guys know who they are. I come here tonight, I'm just really in another world in terms of how we can work so long on, well, we don't want to make the association a system of excellent schools and then now goals and guardrails. I was asked by some board members here about 2 months ago that we needed to do more community listening and more meetings. For what? These kids have been failing in schools for 20 years, for generations. I'm hearing all these folks that are really upset about the walkability to schools. What about the future and the legacy of the city? How you treat your kids is how the city will go. We want to complain about gentrification in the city, but we don't want to keep kids in schools, and we don't want them to succeed. We want them to fail. And then what's really just crazy to me is that we allow people to come up here, people in this room, people in the media, to speak ill of what exactly your work entails instead of clarifying. You know, everybody in this room, if they've read the document, there are no school closures. Not one school will be closed. Not one. But that's what we want to feed the agenda. Not one school. And we want to talk about mental health being, well-being and all that good stuff. What does it do for a parent who knows that they're in a failing school? Y'all know the majority of Latino parents don't even know that this district is failing their kids? Who are you working for? We're asking you to be bold. We're asking you to be accountable. You preach about equity. Stop telling us about equity. Show it to us. We're tired of hearing about it. You guys have been talking about this for years. If you cannot vote to take these kids out of these failing schools, that is your legacy. We have a ton of people in national media right now asking us, what is happening? What is happening? We'll tell you after this vote what's really happening. You guys will tell America what's really happening in Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kimberly Dukes for 2 minutes, followed by Alan Lee. Mr. Lee, if you make your way up to the front.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Dukes. I'm a mother of 10 and also the leader of Atlanta Thrive. I'm here, and we've talked to 722 parents to date, and that's since January 2021. I would like to thank the board and the superintendent for being bold and creating a governance model, golden guardrails. Board members, you understood the assignment. We also want you to know our parents' concerns are still drenched in those same goals and guardrails that we're talking about today. As parents, we want to address one thing. It do not say the superintendent will close schools. It says the superintendent will not allow struggling schools to be without a comprehensive need assessment, supports aligned to assessment, and if the struggle persists for up to 3 years, a high impact intervention. Parents that share my story and that come from places where I come from would love to be a part of the conversation and the change that our children need who's stuck in these failing schools in Atlanta. Parents, we are all out of wait, and the urgency is now. Board, vote yes to the goals and guardrails and move urgently for the children that are not proficient in ELA and math and in APS 6 clusters south of 20. That's where the schools are mostly failing. And yes, we believe everything in schools should be done with parents and with communities. That's the results, the support, and the change that our children need. Board, I hope you are bold and vote for accountability tonight because our children's future can no longer wait. Be bold and vote yes for guardrails. Parents, grandparents, and community members, use your power and get out to vote November the 2nd because all of these people you're looking at today, these seats are up. And this is how we create the change. Use our voices and vote. Thank you. You guys have a great night.
Alan Lee for 2 minutes, followed by Karen McLean. Ms. McLean, if you make your way up to the front. Thank you.
How you doing? Thank you, and I'm going to speak quick, and I may be speaking, it sounds out of turn or without rhyme or reason because I only got 2 minutes. I started to come by and say some niceties until I sat in that audience today. Yes, board, be bold, but don't be stupid. Be bold, but don't be stupid. I heard a lot of talk about equity, and it's nothing to talk about. In fact, it sounds good. It's a good political saying, or have somebody run around the district and create a whole bunch of nonsense mess. You got equity questions right in front of you, and I saw on somebody's shirt, and I just read it said, "We empower parents to disrupt inequities in education." And I'm wondering why the hell they not up here talking about Benteen. I'm wondering why the hell they not up here talking about creating these super districts and school levels in the so-called West or Midtown district, because we couldn't call it Ida B. Wells. I wonder why they not talking about disrupting inequities in the North Atlanta, because certain school districts, you just go by geography. We can name them after racist, but I'll be damned if we name them after dignified black people. So we got to disrupt equities, and we cannot be bamboozled and fall for the nonsense of destroying our black schools and renting these cheap parents to come down here and destroy schools for people that's trying to privatize, charterize our schools. The biggest failure that I've seen in this district has been purpose-built. They sold us a bunch of nonsense. And I don't care how you slice it, slant it, or spin it, it's been a failure. Be bold, school board, but don't be stupid and don't exploit your community. You want to talk about inequities? Leslie Grant has been the biggest driver of inequities. So that community says not only goodbye, but good riddance.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Karen McLean for 2 minutes, followed by Chris Brown for 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Karen McLean, and I'm with FPSC. I'm currently the state director for Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. As some of you may know, FPSC has a rich history in the community engagement in support of our schools, in support of our students, and support of our educators. We particularly target and focus on our schools that we've heard so much about that have been left behind, often forgotten, and also schools that don't have the infrastructure that those young students just spoke about, nor the wealthy or connected parent-based schools. Equity to us is more than just a buzzword. We're looking forward to helping and supporting the schools that need it the most. I will be in the future reaching out to the board members to help me identify schools in your district that may need the extra support, especially support through our Help My Student programs, support through our Fund My Project programs. These programs that we have in place, we hope will help meet the needs of our community. I also wish to share our concerns as it relates to the plight of our food service department. We are hopeful that the board will give this matter the due attention it needs. I spoke about those concerns in my last meeting last month. My hope is that we at ASPE and even better institutions of learning will give real meaning to the word equity. My office will be following up with many of you in the coming weeks to meet. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Brown for 2 minutes, followed by Dr. Troy Nonnelly for 2 minutes. Dr. Nonnelly, if you'll make your way up to the front. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chris Brown, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board Public Safety Chair. And I'm taking a different route because we've had these conversations for a number of years. And for the most part, there's nothing I can say that's indifferent than what people have already come before you to say. We've closed schools, we've merged schools, we've had a strategic plan, we've created priority school clusters. We have not always seen the fruit of that labor that was put in, or even have the report of saying this is where we are, so that community buy-in can be put in places where we can start to do the goals and guardrails and maintain the things that you want to see. But I'm going to read this piece here. Since few communities have experienced disaster on the scale of a severe pandemic, drills and exercises are critical in testing the efficiency of a plan. A severe pandemic would challenge all facets of governmental and community functions. Advanced planning is necessary to ensure a coordinated communications necessary to ensure coordinated communication strategy and the continuity of essential services. Realistic exercises considering the effect of those proposed interventions and the cascading second and third order consequences will identify planning and resource shortfalls. I've made a recommendation in the accountability committee for you guys to come before Atlanta Planning Advisory Board. That was for a particular reason, because we're charged with community engagement. But there are also opportunities in terms of resources and also collaboration with other governmental agencies as we apply resources in this pandemic. As we talk about the resources, and I know a lot of concerns about the loved ones of their children. In my particular MPU, they're very concerned about Venetian Hills. As a process or a product of the strategic plan, we closed and merged schools. That school was supposed to be early childhood education, which we've yet to fund. So it remains blighted in our community, which is concerns of many people that are here. We must continue to mitigate fear during this pandemic, and this is not obviously we got a problem. We didn't have that many people the last meeting we had, so we just got to address these
Mr.
issues.
Brown. Really appreciate you. Our next speaker is Dr. Troy Nonnelly for 2 minutes, followed by Charles Vinson for 2 minutes. And Charles Vinson, if you'll make your way up to the front. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Troy Nunley. I currently serve as the Neighborhood Planning Unit-wide chairperson, which serves 12,000 residents on zoning matters and land use. Most of these residents reside in the Carver cluster, and we learned quickly that strong communities need strong schools. So I come before you saying that our MPU-wide stands united with the Carver cluster leadership and the students to request and include the Carver Auditorium and Gymnasium renovations to the East Block list. A few months ago, Carver leadership told us that all they wanted was a gym like Maynard Jackson. They simply wanted the same resources as their adjacent school. And just yesterday, I received disturbing pictures and videos from Carver students of a gym ceiling with black residue that stands meters that seemed to be mildew or mold from the vents in a dilapidated backstage of an auditorium. This is unacceptable. Yet, Carver is not on the East Block list for renovations. My fear is that this is not a gymnasium issue, this is an equity issue. We need the attention on the southern clusters because we need it the most. So let's work together on this. Let's provide the best quality of education, but you have to do your part in providing us with the resources. So we ask you, please perform another site assessment to look at the facilities, talk to the leadership in the Carver cluster about their needs, fix the disgusting black stuff on the ceilings of the gym, and add Carver High School to the East Block's list for auditorium and gymnasium renovations. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Vinson for 2 minutes. Mr. Vinson? All right, thank you. Our next speaker will be Suma Drona Valley for 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dr. Suma Dranavali, and I am a parent in the Midtown cluster. I wanted to address the 4-5 Academy and just share my concerns. So I have a 3rd grader and a 4th grader, so this would affect both of them. And my main concerns, number one, given what our kids have been through with COVID, I really think we need to look into minimizing the transitions and give them stability and a sense of community. And I really think in the Midtown cluster, for sure, our K through 5 elementary schools are really the center of our community. Number two, with the data that you provided in terms of projections, it doesn't look like the 4-5 Academy is going to address the long-term capacity issues. So I think we need to take a pause and look for a more long-term approach. Number three, you also discussed that academically this would be the best option, and I don't think that's true. I think others have presented, data that more transitions for younger kids can lead to learning loss. Number two, there aren't currently any models, 4-5 models, that have shown this to be helpful. Another point is that right now, 4th and 5th graders take on really a leadership role in their elementary schools and are able to grow and develop confidence going into middle school. And I think that's a really important time for them to be able to do that in a safe environment. And then lastly, I don't think that there's enough of an academic plan of what's going to happen at the 4-5 Academy. The teachers haven't given input. I think that we need to spend some more time and make sure we're getting it right. I don't think this needs to be rushed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen Rajagopal. I'm sorry if I messed that up. All right, awesome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, members of the board and Dr. Herring, and for braving my last name. I know it can be a doozy. My name is Kristen Rajagopal. I'm a parent in the Midtown cluster as well and a local attorney. I'm here tonight to talk about my opposition to the 4-5 Academy. I'm concerned both factually and personally about this, to be honest with you. You've heard a bit about the opposition, the walkability, the lower test scores demonstrated statistically in 4-5 academies versus a traditional K through 5, the lack of stability for children, the lack of confidence that is bred because of that lack of stability. Speaking personally, I have a 1st grader at Morningside and a rising kindergartner next year. The splitting up of the siblings, the lack of continuity that my son has experienced being virtual last year, in person this year, and thriving in his new school. Next year, he'll switch again to a new Morningside, and then he'll be asked to switch again in just a couple of years. And I have to ask, why the rush? Why are we pushing this through so quickly? It seems to me that there is not community buy-in. There is not sufficient statistical evidence to back this being a viable long-term solution, both in terms of the educational impact the overflow volume of the 4-5 Academy that will be facing us very shortly after we make this transition, the learning loss that our children have already experienced. I mean, I know that we can look at the statistics, but all of us here as parents have had a tremendously hard last 18 months. Working parents, stay-at-home parents, parents who are just struggling to get our kids a decent education, and adding this in the fall of 2022 is just an unnecessary additional transition. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great night.
Mr. Chair, this concludes public comment.
Thank you so much, community members, for taking the time to speak with us here this evening. As a reminder, the community meeting portion of the board meeting is one for us to receive feedback, and the board does not respond to any of that feedback in real time. So we will now be continuing to the legislative portion of our meeting. Good evening, everyone. October is always a busy month for Atlanta Public Schools. So before I ask Dr. Herring to provide her official remarks, I want to give you a few updates and annual recognitions of my own. First, we as a district are committed to including the student voice as part of our work, and we believe in engaging students as active, not passive partners, which is why each year high school students serving on or appointed by their school's SGA, Student Government Association, are selected for the APS Student Advisory Council. These students provide input to the board and superintendent, serve as liaisons to the student body, and act as representatives of the district. I would like to recognize and congratulate and thank the following students who will serve on the APS Student Advisory Council this year. From Best Academy, DeCarlos McKinney and Joseph Daniels. From Carver Early College, Marcus Cook and Lauren Montgomery. From Carver STEM, Jonathan Logan and Doreen Haramana. From Charles Drew, Eleanor Jones and Bryant Triplett. From CSK, Young Women's Leadership Academy, Leah Duffy and Maya Moore. From Douglas High School, Joshua Gore and Raymond Bedell. From Maynard Jackson, Aiden Liebert and Miles McFarland. From KIPP Atlanta Collegiate, Kennedy Upshaw and Kayla Gurley. From Benjamin Elijah Mays High School, Makita Hailu and Jordan Campbell. From Midtown High School, Maria Gutierrez Garcia and Jasmine Soastigwe. From North Atlanta High School, Kaylee Bryant and Cameron Smith. From South Atlanta High School, Allison Hunter and Jaboris Kimbrough. From DM Therrell High School, Enam Amevo and Daniel Hermanstein. And from Booker T. Washington, Jordan Tate and DeMarcus Johnson. Let's give those students a round of applause. Is one of the students here? Yeah. Let's have her stand up. Oh, she was one of our speakers. Keeping us honest even before she starts on the Student Advisory Council. Appreciate it. I also want to shout out Keith Glass and Pierre Gaither for their work in organizing the Student Advisory Council on behalf of the Atlanta Board of Education. In addition to our Student Advisory Council, I am pleased to announce that an APS student has been appointed to the State Superintendent Student Advisory Council. State Superintendent Richard Woods selected 66 Georgia students for his 2020 2021 to 2022 Student Advisory Council, and Claudia Haspel, a student at Maynard Jackson High School, is among them. Ms. Haspel was selected from a pool of more than 1,000 students based on her essay answers outlining her ideas about public education. And I think Ms. Haspel deserves a huge round of applause for being selected to the State Superintendent Student Advisory Council. Let's give her a round of applause. Congratulations, Claudia. We appreciate you, and we are happy you'll be providing representation from this district to share feedback and perspectives with the Georgia Department of Education. And we thank you for representing Atlanta and APS. October is also National Bullying Prevention Month, a time to focus and raise awareness on bullying. During this month, many groups across the country will release new resources, campaigns, and efforts aimed at bringing awareness to the issues of bullying and cyberbullying. Bullying continues to have devastating effects on our kids and leads to school avoidance, loss of self-esteem, increased anxiety, and depression. I am pleased that our schools are doing all that they can to stomp out bullying in every corner of APS by participating in this national month and working on this issue year long. The board was asked to wear orange in recognition of the month, and APS is rallying everyone to wear orange on Wednesday, October 20th, which is Unity Day, in support of bullying prevention. And board members did a pretty good job of sticking to it. You'll see that we have our orange ribbons and orange on here this evening. This month is National Farm to School Month, which is a celebration of food education, school gardens, and lunch trays filled with healthy local ingredients. This year's theme, Our Food, Our Future, strives to elevate and amplify the vision, stories, and dreams of the young people who are at the heart of why we do Farm to School. The APS Farm to School program will begin later this fall with a selection of locally grown fruits and vegetables based on availability. Please join me in thanking Nutrition Director Dr. Marilyn Hughes and our partners at Southwest Food Excellence, SFE, for their work in bringing this to fruition, especially during these challenging times. Also, we celebrate USDA National School Lunch Week from October 12th to the 15th. The theme, Bounce Back with School Lunch, highlights the importance of a healthy school lunch for students rising to academic success. Recent research shows children are getting their healthiest meals at school. During National School Lunch Week, the APS Nutrition Department will feature healthy entrees highlighting students' favorites and fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and low fat. I think in years past that we used to talk about green eggs and ham. Was that this week? No. Am I? No, sir. Okay. I'm so no, but not that one. I used to read off some really tasty meals. That one's more generalized, but anyways, I'm sure there's some interesting things being served up to my son at school. It is also National Principals Month this month. On behalf of the board, I want to thank all of our amazing principals across the districts. I want to thank them for all that they do day in and day out to keep our students and teachers and staff participating in quality learning in a healthy and positive environment. I look forward to seeing all of the creative and unique celebrations that I know will be happening this month to appreciate and celebrate our principals. I know many of us appreciate and know how special our principals are, and that they are in many ways one of the best assets of this school system. So, APS students and families, you can visit www.principalsmonth.org/celebrate to send a special e-card to your principal. Again, that website is www.principalsmonth.org/celebrate. October is National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. This year's theme is Do Your Part, Be Cyber Smart. And throughout the month, the APS IT security team will be providing information and resources on how to stay protected while connected, including cyber smart online training, how to fight the phish, and even a cybersecurity career awareness week. And I think there's no better time to mention that than today, when it appears that some major global companies were down for a mysterious reason. Across our schools and facilities, including here at CLL, we celebrated National Custodian Appreciation Day this past Thursday, September 30th. And I want to give a special shout out to our custodians. For all that they do each and every day and every year, something near and dear to my heart because my grandmother was a custodian down in Columbus, Georgia at Muskogee County Public Schools for a long time. I don't know what we do without our custodial staff, and every day really should be Custodian Appreciation Day. And I would be remiss not to include an extra special thank you this year in particular, because the dedication and hard work we've seen from custodians in tackling the challenges of cleaning our facilities and sanitation during this pandemic have proven that what we already knew, which is our custodians are simply amazing. Please let them know that you appreciate the hard work that they do each and every day on behalf of our students, teachers, and staff. They make our schools shine, quite literally, and give us facilities to be proud of. Between October 4th and October 8th is Georgia Pre-K Week. So that's this week, is Georgia Pre-K Week, which is one of our favorite and most rewarding annual activities because many of us get a chance to read to our students, to our pre-K students. It's fantastic when everyone gets involved and takes some time to visit our pre-K classrooms. You get to experience firsthand quality learning that takes place there, and it is visible validation of the numerous studies that show quality pre-K programs result in greater school success and an improved workforce. Thank you to sponsor Voices for Georgia's Children for their support of this annual week, and I look forward to seeing videos and posts about many of you who are going out to read and experience our pre-K classrooms. And this month, we are reading, or this year, we are reading Jabari Jumps by Gaia Cornwall to our pre-K students. Between October 18th and 22nd is National School Bus Safety Week, and APS is kicking off the week with our own bus driver appreciation on the October 18th. And Lord knows that our bus drivers deserve appreciation. During the height of the pandemic this last school year, our drivers went above and beyond for this district and our students, and their invaluable contributions were expanded to include helping out in many areas. Please thank your bus drivers. They start each and every day for our students and end their day with our students, and they deserve special recognition. Nothing is more important than safety whenever we transport students to and from school, or to provide transportation to field trips, for school events, or for athletic competition. Did you know students are about 50 times more likely to arrive at school safely if they take the bus than if they drive themselves or ride with friends? Statistics also show that students are much safer riding the bus than being driven by a parent. Bus safety is also about everyone else on the road respecting our school buses. So please drive slower and safer especially around vehicles carrying our most precious cargo. And I would be remiss if I did not mention that we are currently experiencing a bus driver shortage. So if you know anyone who would want to become a bus driver, please send them our way because we need them to work for APS. October 17th through the 23rd, the third week of October, is also Character Counts Week. This falls in line with our whole child development efforts, showing that APS not only focuses on encouraging academic achievement for our children, but helping them develop on social-emotional skills they need to succeed in college, career, and life. Our emotional learning coordinators are preparing activity suggestions focused on each of the SEL core competencies, and schools are encouraged to celebrate the week by posting student work created during daily exercises. I look forward to seeing the creativity and celebration that always comes with this recognition week. I'm almost halfway there, y'all. Also, the third week of October, we celebrate and observe, well, we don't celebrate, we observe Safe Schools Week, which is meant to motivate key education and law enforcement policymakers, as well as students, parents, and community residents to vigorously advocate for school safety. Considering the many issues surrounding mental health and violence in the community we service, this is a good time to remind our families about our partnership with Sandy Hook Promise, which is a national movement to prevent gun violence. We are currently using their Say Something Anonymous reporting system, also known as SARS, which provides a holistic solution to school violence prevention. It enables students to anonymously report an issue 24/7, 365 days a year through an app, hotline, or website when they see a classmate who is at risk of harming themselves or others. October 23rd through the 31st is Red Ribbon Week, and the mission is to help keep kids drug-free. The 2021 National Red Ribbon Week theme is drug-free, looks like me. And I know our schools will be participating in this important annual awareness and education campaign. I want to give you some updates that belong together because they are all part of our civic engagement efforts. First, I want to thank the National Rock the Vote organization and our local sponsors, Arthur M. Blank Sports and Entertainment and the New Georgia Project, for holding the incredible Atlanta Civic Youth Pep Rally for APS high school students last week on September 28th. This event was a culmination of Democracy Class Atlanta curriculum that has been part of many social studies classrooms across APS this year, particularly at the high school level. On the heels of the Good Trouble Project last year, Democracy Class Atlanta and Rock the Vote seemed like the next great partnership to keep this momentum growing. Their mission was to educate, engage, and energize 2,000 high school students to either participate in the elections as voters or as poll watchers or other volunteers or staffers. I want to especially thank Jacoria Borders of the Arthur M. Blank Foundation for her work in bringing these programs to Atlanta for our students, and I also want to recognize our internal team, particularly the Partnerships Office, for helping to organize these efforts. As Rock the Vote reminds us, there is no off-season for democracy. As a reminder, the start of early voting is on October 12th, just 1 week away. It's crazy. But in the meantime, today is the last day to register to vote for the November elections. So please remind your families and your friends that today is the last day to register to vote for the November elections. Because the November elections are so important, we are holding a special event on the 11th of October. APS is hosting the City of Atlanta Mayoral Forum next Monday, October 11th at 6 p.m., right here in this auditorium, and it will also be live streamed. Invited guests, anticipated guests, include Councilman Antonio Brown, Councilman Andre Dickens, Ms. Sharon Gay, Council President Felicia Moore, and former Mayor Kasim Reed, who will receive questions from students from across the district as those students engage and ask important questions about the future of the city of Atlanta and how it impacts their education. I think it's important to also recognize that this municipal election is not only important because of who's running for mayor, but it's also important because school board seats are also up, and so are city council seats. And I know that in this past year, we've been focused on things at the federal level and at statewide level, but it's always important for me to remind you that all politics are local, and the most critical elected positions are those local positions. So please ensure you are paying attention to your local school board races. Almost done. I also want to give folks an update on the superintendent evaluation process. The accountability committee has met, and the board has agreed on a process, and that process will begin next month with a self-assessment by the superintendent. She will be using a tool that will be made public. The content, the feedback that we provide on that tool will be confidential, but the tool itself will be public so that people can see the evaluation tool that the board is using. The superintendent will be providing her self-assessment that is confidential, as I mentioned, for the 2021-2022 school year, or 2020-2021 school year. And after that self-evaluation, individual board members will complete their own rating of the superintendent, again, using that tool. The accountability committee will review all feedback and collate a final evaluation rating. That accountability committee is led by Vice Chair Ishay Collins. And then after that evaluation, that feedback is collated into one, we'll provide a final written evaluation to the superintendent and discuss successes and priorities for the future with Dr. Herring. And then after that, we'll have a report out to the community. Now note, the tool itself is public, but the actual ratings and the feedback are not. I'd like to point out that this is a temporary, not temporary, it's a short-term evaluation tool, because in just a year, potentially, should be, we will be transitioning to the student outcome success. No, that's not right. Student outcomes focused governance. We'll be transitioning to the student outcome focused governance model. And under that model, there will be goals and metrics that the superintendent must meet, and she will be evaluated on those metrics. Pretty straightforward and simple as that. That is what the goal, that's what the board will be focused on during that time, which means that the evaluation of the superintendent is the success of the school system. That provides not only the board, but also the public with the most transparent way of evaluating the work of the superintendent. Finally, not yet, 2 more announcements. 1, testing for COVID and the vaccine. Please get vaccinated. If you know people who have not been vaccinated, encourage them to get vaccinated. Now is the time before we hopefully can avoid the next surge. So we need people to get vaccinated. And even if you are vaccinated, we encourage you to get tested for COVID-19. In Atlanta Public Schools, we have surveillance testing, thanks to Dr. Lovett and her team, which means that I encourage all students, and parents, please give your students the consent that they need to get tested on a weekly basis. And of course, staff are getting tested twice a week. I know several board members get tested every time they come into CLL, at least I do. I was tested earlier today. So please participate in surveillance testing. That is by far the vaccine and frequent testing, the two best ways to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And then last, but certainly not least, did y'all know that we are amongst women of influence? Did y'all know that? We have 3 honorees who have been recognized as women of influence by the Atlanta Business League. Our very own vice chair, Ishay Collins, Dr. Lisa Herring, our superintendent, and Dr. Diamond Jack, the principal of Hollis Innovation Academy. They will officially be honored tomorrow at the 37th Annual Super Tuesday Conference. I want to thank Dr. Herring, Ishay Collins, and Dr. Diamond Jack for their contributions. I know, it says Jack, though, on the thing. Yeah, I know. So Dr. Diamond Jack Ford, I want to thank them for making a measurable difference in the lives of children and families in the city of Atlanta. But for those of you who know these ladies, they are rock stars. And I am lucky each and every day to be working with women of influence. I will now invite Dr. Herring to make her own remarks while I drink a bottle of water.
Thank you, Chairman Estevez. And indeed, it is a busy, busy, busy October, and without question, a busy year so far. Our students, staff, and this board all have been hard at work, so there is a great deal to report tonight. First, I'd like to provide a recap of our work sessions today. We had 4 presentations. For our first presentation, Dr. Selena Florence, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and Dr. DeJuan Freeman, Career, Technology, and Agricultural Education Director, presented a board member requested update on signature programming. They provided an overview of APS signature programs, shared the status of implementation in all clusters, reviewed CCR signature program history and current implications, and share the proposed CCR signature program community engagement plan and timeline, including the implications for potential programmatic changes. For our second presentation, Mr. Larry Hoskins, Chief Operations Officer, presented an update on the 2022 SPLOS program. Mr. Hoskins reviewed the SPLOS 2022 community engagement feedback and the proposed SPLOS 2022 program recommendations in partnership with our Chief Strategic Officer, Mr. Travis Norvell. He also provided a compelling summary of what SPLOS has meant for the students of Atlanta Public Schools. For our third presentation, Ms. Lisa Bracken, Chief Financial Officer, presented the monthly financial update, including an update on fiscal year 2023 budget planning. We have not yet had our first fiscal year 2023 budget commission meeting of the year. During Ms. Bracken's presentation this afternoon, we heard about the fiscal year 2023 budget timeline and parameters parameters development process. Our first step in developing the parameters for fiscal year 2023 will occur at our first budget commission meeting of the year, which is scheduled for October 21st. And just to recap that for our community, In October, we will align the budget development timeline, potential challenges, and recommended changes to the fiscal year 23 budget process and draft resource and expenditure parameters. In November, we will finalize fiscal year 23 parameters and review student success formula recommendations. In December, we plan to review revenue and expenditure assumptions, align on recommendations for SSF, and discuss changes for the fiscal year 23 budget process for departments. In January, we will do a deep dive on revenue assumptions and provide a budget process update. In February, we will present the draft budget primer, provide a legislative update, and discuss the compensation strategy. For March, we continue to discuss revenue projections against expenditures and begin the inevitable gap closing conversations. In April, we continue gap closing conversations and present the non-general fund budget presentations and the recommendation for tentative budget. And finally, in May, we will discuss any changes between the tentative and final budget recommendations and conduct our regional meetings. For our fourth presentation, Dr. Katika Levitt, Assistant Superintendent for Student Services, and Dr. Aaliyah Henderson-Rossler, Assistant Superintendent for Instructional Technology, presented updates on health services and ABOE reopening. Dr. Levitt provided information about upcoming vaccination events and the district's COVID-19 testing strategy, including surveillance testing of students and staff. Dr. Henderson-Rosser provided information about the Atlanta Virtual Academy program, its offerings, and the latest information on the new enrollment process for students and families interested in enrolling in AVA for the second semester. In addition to that, I have so much good news to report this month, so let me jump right into that. As you pointed out, Chairman Estevez, the Rock the Vote event last week was without question incredible. That has also been the feedback that I've received from students who were present. APS recognizes that if we really want to see a change in our community, and if we really want to make a difference, it starts with engaging our students in the process of democracy. Educating high school students about the importance of voting and engaging them in civics and the democratic process are invaluable steps in preparing them for college, career, and life, which of course is the heart of the APS mission. We have a short video to play that captures a little bit of last week's event. There's no off-season for democracy. Well, great job in collaboration with our partners. And in their absence, I really do want to take the opportunity to thank our APS staff who worked in partnership with the foundation to ensure that we had our students well represented and participatory, and that we could work through all of the logistics for such an amazing day. Another incredible and historic event was the ribbon-cutting ceremony and founding celebration for the Atlanta Public Schools Center for Equity and Social Justice. To my knowledge, we are one of the only, if not the only, school district in the country that has pulled social justice into our equity work and placed it center stage. That action underscores how serious we are about our commitment to doing this work right. This board supported that vision, and together we have championed that vision, and we'll have to continue to do all of the work to move that championing forward. And last week marked a culmination of the work that has been done and the work ahead of us. In addition, we've had 2 ceremonies at school since last month's meeting: the building renaming at the Herman J. Russell West End Academy and the ribbon cutting at David T. Howard Middle School. Both events were filled with energetic and moving student performances. The outpouring of support from the Russell family and the strong group of alumni representing Howard were both testaments to our community's deeply personal history, which is tied to our buildings and helps us to define our identity as we move forward into the future. A special thank you to our board members who were able to be in attendance. We have 4 more ribbon cuttings coming up this month, so keep an eye out on our Talk Up APS blog and on social media for all those celebrations. Here again, we also have a brief video capturing some of our ribbon cutting ceremonies.
So today is historic. Here in the West End community, we renamed our school Herman J. Russell West End Academy. And the history or the legacy in that is so monumental, not just for the Russell family and a philanthropist, entrepreneur, and civil rights leader, Herman J. Russell himself and his family, but it's also powerful for our scholars here at Herman J. Russell West End Academy to go through the halls of the school where they recognize that the leader that we've named the school after is someone that they can not only follow behind, but is also an example of what they can be.
Our students come from schools with the names such as M. Agnes Jones, Tuskegee Airmen Global Academy, Michael Hollis Innovation Academy, and then also Booker T. Washington High School. Those are the names of influential people who have done great in the community. Why not have a name that our kids can feel proud of? And then also understanding the history aspect of it.
Our name needed a change. We needed our proper descriptions. We are now Herman J. Russell West End Academy. Named after a man that strived for success and thought proudly outside the box.
Herman J. Russell is a staple in Atlanta. He helped build Atlanta and has left a legacy that it not only influenced Atlanta in the past, but continues to influence Atlanta today. And for our students, it tells them that they have an opportunity to achieve as long as they work hard in this school building, graduate from high school, they could do anything that they want. So the role model in the name of Herman J. Russell is a big deal for our students, and it's a big deal for our school system.
There were strong arguments for both Herman J. Russell as well as West End. It was like, do we want it named after a person or do we want it to be place-based? And so I recommended the compromise of putting them both together and merging them together, and it ended up being a winner.
Well, this is special for us to be able to actively be engaged in something that we naturally do, and we can extend it out to a middle school. I mean, to me, it's a laboratory that we can really create and do innovation from, and we have the resources and the relationships to really do something different and special.
Even just touching bases on personalized learning and also nurturing every child's unique gift. Regardless if they want to be an entrepreneur or a chef, if they want whatever it is that they want to do, they know that the possibilities are endless. It is endless. So with the personalized learning, with the data to drive that curriculum and instruction, understanding the whole child and a better aspect of it so we can move forward, and also dealing with our signature programming, the vision, when I tell you, and nurturing our own little unique gift and seeing the matriculation from pre-K through 12, we know that they will be successful in creating that roadmap.
And again, we have 4 more ribbon cuttings coming up this month, so keep an eye out on our Talk Up APS blog and on social media for all of those celebrations. Another piece of good news that deserves a shout out this evening is the approval of the International Baccalaureate Primary Years Program at West Manor Elementary. Congratulations To Principal Lawrence, your staff, and the students of West Manor. Another exciting announcement that happened last week is the launch of our new diversity management software solution, B2G Now, in the Center for Equity and Social Justice. Using B2G Now software will increase visibility of local and national minority, women, and small business suppliers for our internal and external stakeholders. I want to thank the board, especially our chair and vice chair, Chairman Estevez and Collins, Vice Chair Collins, for their efforts to make certain that we followed through in getting this platform uploaded, and it's a game changer in helping us meet our supplier diversity goals, so thank you. Briefly, the Center for Equity and Social Justice continues to engage stakeholder groups with the information from our equity audit. We held the first Community Advisory Equity Task Force of the year on September 27th, and there are 3 upcoming engagements this month. On October 12th, the Equity Retreat with our board members. On October 19th, a follow-up senior cabinet engagement, and on October 20th, engagement at the APS principals meeting. There are just a few more important dates to note. October 11th is a professional learning day for APS, and students do not have class in celebration of Indigenous Peoples Day. And that evening is our mayoral forum, which Chairman Estevez mentioned earlier. That will be held right here in the boardroom at 6 p.m. Community members can submit questions through this Wednesday by visiting atlantapublicschools.us/mayoral forum. And please mark your calendars to save these dates. The APS Awards Gala will be held on November 11th, and the State of the District is scheduled to be held on November 18th. Atlanta Public Schools has been accepted to join the Georgia Improvement Network, where we will be one of 5 districts in the state of Georgia working with the Harvard Proving Ground. The Proving Ground will provide coaching and tools to help us select, design, plan, assess impact, and improve the implementation of interventions to inform decision-making that is focused on attendance and engagement. This is an opportunity to build our capacity to improve academic outcomes for students, and we are excited to be an initial cohort member in this network. Simply put, being chosen to partner with the Harvard Proving Ground is a testament to the great work we're accomplishing together, and we should all feel proud and honored. The elementary schools in the Mays cluster received a grant for over $15,000 for new percussion instruments and bell covers from the Give a Note Foundation. The grant was made possible by the Huber Corporation. This funding ensures access to band instruction for all students. We also received a grant from the Mr. Hollins Opus Foundation for nearly $34,000 worth of band instruments, keyboards, ukuleles, and handbells for Kimberly Elementary, thanks to the Max and Victoria Dreyfus Foundation and the Molly Blank Fund. The Mr. Hollins Opus Foundation has been an incredible supporter and partner of our district for many years. They've donated nearly $500,000 worth of instruments to our schools, provided professional development opportunities for our arts education leaders, and much more. I thank them for their continued partnership. And as presented by Dr. Lovett, we are expanding our vaccination offerings in 4 clusters this fall. October 23rd and November 13th at Washington and South Atlanta High Schools from 10 to 2. October 30th and November 20th at Carver and Douglas High Schools from 10 to 2. This is in partnership with the Fulton County Board of Health. Some incentives will be provided at these events. The Fulton County Board of Health will provide a $50 gift card per vaccine dose to eligible family members with up to 100 incentives per location. In addition, Atlanta Public Schools will offer a $50 gift card per vaccine dose to eligible students. Information promoting these clinics will be pushed out to our students and families beginning tomorrow. In order to engage families and communities about East Bloss 2022, several engagement opportunities and communications have been implemented. Throughout the summer, there were 2 sets of regional meetings which were held virtually to inform and educate the community about East Blos and proposed programs by cluster. Please remember that we've also created a website that is housing updates and information regarding East Blos. Throughout the month of October, we will be implementing an education campaign through a variety of mediums. Stakeholders will receive a series of e-blasts with information they need to know regarding East Blos. Informational flyers have been developed by cluster and will be disseminated to families. Toolkits are being provided to principals and schools to assist with school-level communication, and timely facts will be shared on social media. As many of you are aware, the district is currently in conversation to relieve overcrowding in the Midtown Cluster elementary schools. We've had several community meetings over the last few years to discuss the future use of the Inman building. Last week, we hosted a Midtown Cluster Advisory Team meeting and cluster community conversation with over 600 participants. Since that time, we've received over 200 submissions from Let's Talk, and I do want to thank the community for your involvement and feedback regarding this matter. Many of the Let's Talk submissions have focused on the timeline of implementation, challenges for our students, and impact to staff on a proposed 4th and 5th grade academy. We do understand that as a community, you want to be sure that the benefits will outweigh the challenges. So we are committed as an administration to plan staff-specific and community conversations to further this discussion and build out a recommendation that will be shared with the board at the November board meeting. And speaking of stakeholder engagement, as mentioned this afternoon, I am pleased to inform you that Travis Norvell has been selected as the new Chief Strategy Officer for the district. This recommendation is up for approval this evening. This fall, Travis and the Office of Strategy and Engagement team will begin developing the APS stakeholder engagement strategy to ensure we are hearing from and collaborating with our APS community. In addition, the Office of Strategy and Engagement team is working with schools and clusters to build out their school strategic plans and cluster plans. Please be on the lookout for ways to help build these plans over the next few months. You can always feel free to reach out directly to the department or to our new Chief Strategy Officer, Mr. Travis Norvell. Chairman Estevez, that concludes my comments, additional comments at this time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herring. Would you please present to us the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am pleased to submit consent agenda items numbers 5.1.A through 5.4.C. Board members, I would like to call your attention to several items. Consent policy item 5.1.B is the approval of the board's goals and guardrails for 2021 through 2026. The board and administration worked collaboratively to draft student outcomes-focused board goals and guardrails for 2021 through 26. As a part of that process, as superintendent, I drafted interim goals and guardrails to support the work of the board. The board and administration engaged with stakeholders in community engagement sessions, retreats, and monthly meetings. Once the board approves these goals and guardrails, the next step in the process is to develop evaluations for the board and superintendent, progress monitoring, and update the timeline for full implementation. Consent operations item 5.4.C is a proposed program budget for SPLOS 2022 if approved by voters on November 2nd. The anticipated total sales tax revenue from SPLOS for the next 5-year period is $650,800,000. With that, I present consent agenda items 5.1.A through 5.4.C to the board for approval.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herring. And if I may, really quickly, related to 5.4C, the proposed budget for the SPLOS program, I think it's important to note that because we did have speakers pointing out some issues at Carver, that the SPLOS list, as Larry pointed out during the presentation, is not necessarily set in stone. Adjustments can be made, things can be reprioritized, and not only that, but it appears to me that there's some more immediate things that need to happen to that building versus waiting towards or for a SPLOS that won't start until 2022. So I just wanted to make that clarification for that item. With that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items 5.1A through 5.4C?
Chair, I would like to make that motion.
Properly moved by Leslie Grant. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Erica Mitchell. Any discussion?
Yes.
Hold on, I heard yes, but it wasn't you. Okay, hands up. And then I need help with online. Okay, so Leslie, then Michelle.
Okay. So I do want to address just really quickly how appreciative I am of all of my colleagues and everyone who has participated, from the community to the administration, everywhere else, to get us to the point in the student outcomes focused governance process where we are finally approving goals and guardrails, which is a very initial step in the process so that we can charge the administration with beginning the process of monitoring these. This puts into place a program for the board to do its work, a methodology and a framework for us to understand what and how we are supposed to further improve student outcomes that has not existed in this district before. So I just, again, want to, nobody. So I really want to thank everybody for getting us to this point. This is an initial step. There's a lot more to learn about this process. I think the community is going to be hopefully very grateful in the coming years to see what is being done to improve student outcomes. Again, without focusing on this and making this our priority, we are not going to do it. So thank you all for getting us to this point, and thank you very much to the administration for making this doable. Yeah.
Michelle?
I just want to be, again, on the record of where I stand with the goals and guardrails. I'm in complete agreement with the goals that we have created. However, as I've discussed with my colleagues and publicly, I have an issue with the fourth guardrail that we have. I certainly hope that as we move forward with this work, we continue to listen to the administration and guide our words to reflect what is actually going to be happening with this work. So I just, again, want to be on the record with that, be very clear. I'm excited that we're going to have a needs assessment. And I'm excited that we've already identified the 4 tiers of schools that need to be addressed. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I just want to thank Cynthia Briscoe Brown, Leslie Grant, Aretta Baldwin from the Board Development Committee for the work that they put in. They did put in extra time to help wrangle the board here, and I also want to thank my colleagues as a whole, along with Dr. Herring and the administration for the work that they've done. I think that moving towards a transparent, student outcomes focused transparency or governance model certainly not only helps to focus the leadership team's work, but it also helps to ensure that we are aligned as a community of stakeholders on what matters the most, which is the outcomes that our students are getting inside the classroom. With that, let's open the vote. Nope. You're close. The motion passes 8-1, all voting in favor except for Michelle Olympiadis. The only reason I'm reporting that way is because people at home need to be able to see it. Next up. We'll now open discussion on agenda item 6.1, the monthly budget adjustment. Can I get a motion to approve the budget adjustment?
Moved. Second.
It's been properly moved by Ishay Collins, seconded by Retta Balden. Open the vote. Or any discussion? Sorry. Okay, let's open the vote. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is there need to report out from executive session?
No, Mr. Chair, there is not.
All right, thank you. Now we will report out from board committees. Wow, it's 8:22. Late. Once 9 o'clock happens, stuff starts getting shaky. So let's get out of here. Let's start with budget. Do you have anything, Michelle?
Well, we did not get a scheduled meeting this past month, but we had a great presentation just this evening that the public can view in Assembly that not only tells you where we are currently, but where we're headed for the next school year with the timeline and everything. Ms. Bracken always does an excellent job in explaining where we are in the budget process, and I'm sure that we will be meeting this coming month to go over different things that we weren't able to get to this past.
Great, thank you. I think, Lisa, you get the record for like the most positive things. I won't even say it. I won't even say it. Policy, Candace? Candace can't speak, so we will move on. If we can go to Cynthia.
Yes, thank you. The Board Development Committee did not meet in September. Our next retreat will be on Tuesday, October 12th. Where we will delve into equity and work with our Chief Equity Officer and the administration. And we have a facilities master planning retreat scheduled for Tuesday, December 7th. I want to add my thanks to Jason's for the hard work of my colleagues on the Board Development Committee, Leslie Grant and Aretta Balden, and all board members and the administration for the just exceptionally hard, passionate, and collaborative work that everyone did on the goals and guardrails. We crafted something important and which will affect the course of our children's education for years to come. And we did good work. Thank you very much for all the attention and the details that you all contributed.
Awesome. Thank you, Cynthia. And then now, Candace, do you want to try again?
Yeah, I was just saying we did not meet this month. Thanks for bringing me back on as a host. My computer decided to restart right when it was time to vote. So whatever is going on in the grander scheme of the world is happening to me as well. So thanks for your patience.
Thank you. And then Vice Chair Collins.
Yes, for Accountability Commission, Mr. Chair gave us a synopsis of the evaluation process. The commission will be meeting the third Thursday or a designated day for the remaining of the year to solidify, finalize, and present before the board and the community the superintendent's evaluation. We encourage you guys to follow us in that process as that tool will be published, but the contents of it will be confidential, and look forward to working along with you guys through this process.
Thank you. And then report out from board conferences. I think CUBE was last month, and Erica Mitchell, who I'm not going to butcher, executive. No, but you're vice chair of the steering committee. I keep saying executive committee, but steering committee.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Okay. So Erica Mitchell's vice chair of the steering committee for CUBE. She also had a big part in bringing CUBE to Atlanta, which was a great success. So I want to throw it to her to give a summary.
Yes, it was, I think, a great privilege for Atlanta to host Council of Urban Boards of Education, CUBE. It's been about, 10 plus years since CUBE was in Atlanta, and all the attendees, was over maybe 527 attendees, was very impressed with our Southern hospitality in Atlanta, and was so amazed and blown away by our student performance, our engagement in the conference. I do want to highlight Dr. Herring and Dr. Tahita Baker-Jones in the equity and social justice presentation, which was highly attended, and so many people walked away trying to figure out how they can model this type of structure and office in their district. I had the opportunity to present with social worker for Atlanta Public Schools, Dr. Terrell Cannon Rivers, along with Delta Airlines, Allison Ospen, Deputy Attorney General for the state of Georgia, John Flower, and also Jennifer Swain at the Juvenile Courts Youth Sparks, how to protect your students against exploitation, which is another issue that is nationwide, but there are some concerns and targeted areas and different school districts with urban settings, and also they're seeing a pickup with suburban and rural areas, and so that was just a very informative session, and what you can do is your role as a school board member and social worker. I also want to highlight that during the conference we had an opportunity to honor Dr. Benjamin E. Mays with his namesake for an award for the different school districts and superintendents or board members with the Lifetime Achievement Award in his honor. So that was done at the conference as well. We also had support from Georgia School Board Association, Commissioner Natalie Hall, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms at the event. And I just want to say that, again, everyone was very impressed with Atlanta and looking to bring it back again. But next year, it will be back in Miami. Just a note of that.
Awesome. Any other report out from board members?
council is virtual this year.
Yeah, it's coming up in it's coming up this month, October. Yeah, it was going to be in Philadelphia, the Council of Great City Schools annual conference. And they canceled it due to COVID. It will be virtual. It's not canceled, it'll be virtual. So anybody want to sit online, please join us.
Great. All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by Ishay Collins, seconded by Aretta Balden. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.